Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekboma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so, my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So, usually, you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, you know, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, you know, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, you know, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this, what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. That's it used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving. 1977, it was called Upuge Primary School, you know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education, you know, in the then Bender State. You know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them, an association, Catholic College in Irua, you have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Wugeli Government College, UGR, in you know, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not get in let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Utia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one that succeeded FEDECO. He was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. There was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but that program turned out to be very exciting for me, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. It was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, went back to Lagos. But it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, it was something that it was, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, And my earliest heroes were, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. In terms of his commitment, patriotism, and disinterestedness in himself. A man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. So those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's thesis. So the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. We led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. So I led a boycott of it. It got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. Everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. We still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. So eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. He graduated from Ife, Bafemi University, then the University of Ife, and he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one that I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. Science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, and all of that. So when I left Ekpoma for Lagos, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. Writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyekpe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris Anyanze. It's also late now, that led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication. in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. So, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. I was the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So I did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. You know, some of the alumni of SOUQ, many prominent people, you know. Long, the former minister, was an alumnus of SOUQ, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the SOUQ Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, you know, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, you know, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, you know, in political science. You know. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, you know, it's liberating. It's about, you know, how to transform the society. And it's about, you know, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. You know, one of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. You know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. You know, the way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. if you see your cousin, even if it's 10th cousin, and you complain, he can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power. Which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, SOUQ was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfrem was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call there's what we call people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, taught about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the laid down constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrees, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. You know, it was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on the exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, you know, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, you know, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, you know, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. You know, creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, you know, more powers should be devolved, you know, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. You know, electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. You know, and which other one? Railway is now concurrent. You know, so for me, that's some, you know, some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. You know, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, you know, system, the polity. You know, therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, you know, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, you know, should exercise some measure of autonomy, you know, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, I mean, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, you know. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, you know, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, you know, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, you know, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, you know, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, you know. Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, you know, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, you know, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. You know, the question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, you know, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, you know, areas. Lagos has, you know, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the central, from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating. Within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, you know, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, you know, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere, sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state government, the state's assembly will now make law for the, you know, smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, you know, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. You know, they had. State had. Western Nigeria had, you know, their own missions. Though not of the status of, you know, what you have today. You know, they had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, you know, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, you know, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, you know, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If we look at the academic staff union of universities, you know, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, you know, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, you know, prioritized. So that has created problems, you know, between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, you know, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, you know, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, you know, from the federal government, you know, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, you know. But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, you know, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, you know, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, you know, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, you know, these integrated personnel, you know, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, you know. And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, you know, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. You know, some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget, because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, you know, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, you know, survives on royalty, you know, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. You know, and Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all, except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, I mean, we're very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI, because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to create a sanity zone, an exemplary sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points really from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
As Nigerians tackle the federal government over bad governance, as witnessed during the End Bad Governance nationwide protest, they neglect, fail, or refuse to equally address the same issues at the state level. This oversight hampers efforts to enhance transparency and improve accountability mechanisms at all levels of government in Nigeria. The truth is that most state governments lack transparency and accountability in governance. This has been particularly evident in the recent disbursement of 5.34 trillion naira to state governments from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, having been told that the money was not a grant from the federal government but a World Bank loan meant to aid COVID-19 recovery. In today's news talk, I will be analyzing the need for good governance at the state level in Nigeria. It is annoying that despite the increasing revenue profiles of state governments, they continue to abdicate their responsibilities, hiding under the failures of the federal government. This challenge has become endemic, pushing over 133 million Nigerians into poverty. It cries out for remedy. In Nigeria's federal system, the state governments have constitutionally assigned roles and responsibilities on education, healthcare, agriculture, and social welfare, which directly impacts poverty alleviation and reduction of human suffering. Therefore, state governments should assume responsibility for poverty alleviation and foster a culture of accountability and good governance. This can lead to more efficient use of public resources, better service delivery, and an improved quality of life for citizens. Beyond the legal and constitutional responsibilities, there is a moral obligation for state governors to improve the lives of their citizens. Leaders who genuinely care about the welfare of their people must act to eliminate poverty and human misery regardless of the challenges at the federal level. In so doing, citizens will not need to look to the federal government to solve their basic needs or clamor for a change. Unfortunately, state governance, which controls substantial resources including allocations from the federal government and the internal generated revenue, frequently mismanage these resources. Corruption, embezzlement, and inefficiency often result in funds being diverted from essential services to personal or political gains. Most state governors in Nigeria also lack transparency in the utilization of allocations from the FAAC. For example, before the Supreme Court judgment upholding the autonomy economy of the third tier of government, local government allocations from the federal account were routed through state governors, many of whom misused and misappropriated the allocations to the detriment of their local governments. Even when the federal government intervenes directly and disburses funds through the states, the funds are often hoarded, diverted for private use, or disbursed to political party leaders, as Nigerians witnessed during the COVID-19 crisis. Neglect by states to provide adequate social services leaves the poor without access to basic needs, perpetuating the cycle of poverty. In some cases, facilities exist, but they are poorly funded or staffed, making them ineffective. Rural areas where a significant portion of the population lives are often neglected, leading to a lack of infrastructure such as roads, electricity, and clean water, and making it difficult for rural communities to thrive. Without these basic amenities, economic opportunities are scarce, and poverty remains entrenched, leaving many people in rural areas to drift endlessly to urban areas in search of the elusive white-collar jobs. Additionally, development projects in many states are often politicized. Instead of being implemented based on the needs and potential impact, projects are often awarded based on political loyalty or the desire to win votes. This leads to uneven development, where some areas receive attention while others are neglected. Instead of focusing on creating an enabling environment for economic development and growth, such as improving infrastructure, providing incentives for businesses, and supporting local industries, some state governments hypocritically prioritize short-term populist projects that do not address the root causes of poverty. This lack of strategic economic planning stifles job creation and sustainable development in the states. State governors should stop relying heavily on federal allocations and instead put more effort into boosting their internally generated revenue through local economic activities. This dependency syndrome stifles initiative and the ability to independently source funds for finance projects in the states. State governors should be reminded that they are closer to the people and better understand the unique challenges and needs of their populations. Consequently, they are in a better position to design and implement targeted policies and programs that can effectively address poverty and human suffering. In the critical months ahead, state governments should implement caring, transparent, responsible, and incorruptible policies that could reduce poverty and make lives better for the people. Given the scandalous increase in poverty and human misery in most urban and rural areas of Nigeria, state governments have the responsibility not to provide the citizens of the state of the chance to live fully decent human lives and to push forward the frontiers of human civilization for the benefit of mankind. Eliminating poverty and satisfying basic human needs remain goals that challenge state governors in Nigeria. The people on their part should demand accountability and integrity from their respective state governments and representatives in government. The federal government should not be made to bear the brunt of all the problems. Failures of the federal government present challenges, but state governments have both the responsibility and the capacity to address poverty and human misery within their jurisdiction. Right now, the governors have disappointed us and should take steps to remedy the situation. This is Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Tradition is a fundamental aspect of every native community. Observing it does not only remind people of who they are, it helps young people to learn and also aids in preserving ancestral history, moments and efforts that binds them together, enriching the vibrant identity their community now exudes. In India, Dhanteras is one of such tradition and integral culture of the Hindu community, a significant festival that marks the onset of the 5-day Diwali celebrations, Festival of Light, observed on the 13th lunar day of the Krishna Paksha, which is the dark fortnight in the Hindu month of Kartik. The festival is dedicated to welcoming wealth and prosperity, reflecting in its name. Dhanteras combines Dhan, meaning wealth, and Teras, representing the 13th day. This auspicious occasion is celebrated with great enthusiasm as households are thoroughly cleaned and decorated, symbolizing the removal of negativity and the invitation of fortune. People create intricate rangoli designs and light diyas to honor the goddess Lakshmi, the deity of wealth, and invite her blessings. Dhanteras has roots in the Hindu mythology, highlighting two divine manifestations from the legendary churning ocean, or Samudra Mantha. On this day, the goddess Lakshmi is believed to have emerged from the ocean, and devotees worship her for blessings of prosperity. Another divine figure, Dhanvantari, the physician of the gods and an incarnation of Vishnu, also appeared carrying the Amrita, underscoring the day's connection to health and wealth. Astrologers such as Vats note the festival's dual blessings traditionally associated with wealth. Dhanteras is also linked to health, with prayers to Dhanvantari promoting healing and well-being. The observance of Dhanteras, also known as Lakshmi Puja, includes varied customs across India. In Maharashtra, dried coriander seeds mixed with jaggery are offered to Lakshmi. Many light sky lamps and diyas to honor Yama, the god of death, for protection. Evening rituals involve singing bhajans and offering sweets to Lakshmi, while families purchase new items like gold, silver, and kitchenware to symbolize luck and prosperity for the coming year. Village communities extend blessings to their livelihoods, with farmers honoring cattle through rituals and treats. In South India, particularly Tamil Nadu, Brahmin families observe Dhanteras by preparing marundu, a traditional medicine that balances the body's tridosh, marking an Ayurvedic approach to health and longevity. In Gujarat, family gatherings feature festive meals like dabat and malpua, showcasing regional diversity. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness. Each aspect of Dhanteras, from cleaning and renewal to offerings and health rituals, embodies the essence of welcoming auspiciousness, health, and prosperity for the year ahead. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click like and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more. The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their career started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven in the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Dume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually. And one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Nigeria has significantly contributed troops and police officers to the United Nations peacekeeping operations worldwide since 1960. That year, the Nigerian police deployed the first ever contingent of individual police officers to the United Nations mission in the Congo. Assistant Commissioner of Police Louis Edet led the team at that time, and in these operations, Nigeria resolutely committed herself to the onerous task of maintaining world peace and security. Some of the country's gallant officers paid the supreme sacrifice, while many were injured and maimed for life. During the military era, particularly during the reign of General Ibrahim Babangida, under the auspices of the African Union and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, there was the ECOWAS monitoring group which intervened decisively in Liberia, paving the way for the restoration of civil rule in that country. Rebel leaders had turned Liberia into a theater of war in their desperate battle for power. Nigeria's troops were also the military backbone of the United Nations in Liberia, UNMIL, from 2003 to 2018, restoring security throughout that country. The attendant costs of Nigeria's engagement in these peacekeeping operations is enormous and has led to many diplomats asking that Nigeria should be given a permanent seat in the Security Council of the United Nations. In today's news talk, we join millions of Nigerians in this quest for a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council for Nigeria. I am Bayo Olaoye. Nigeria has been involved in peacekeeping operations in many African countries, including Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, the Gambia, Mali, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Mozambique, Somalia, Rwanda, and Burundi. The Nigerian government has contributed a lot of finance, logistics, and civilian experts to these missions. Beyond Africa, the country's police force participated in operations in Western Sahara, Cambodia, Yugoslavia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, East Timor, Haiti, Kosovo, and Afghanistan, to mention but a few. It is relevant to point out that Nigeria's engagement is not only in peacekeeping or maintaining law and order across these nations. The country has helped stabilize and strengthen democracy in Africa. For instance, it is on record that Nigeria's former President Olusegun Obasanjo played a leading role in the international effort to democracy in South Tome and Principe when President Frederick de Menezes was toppled by the military in that country in June 2003 while visiting Nigeria. Obasanjo and other leaders reigned in the military junta that ousted Menezes. The former Nigerian president took Menezes in his plane, leading him back to power in the oil-rich country. In addition, Nigeria's effort helped ferry former military leader Yahya Jammeh from the Gambia when he became a stumbling block to constitutional order. After losing the election, Jammeh refused to concede defeat to Adama Barrow, who won the poll. The private plane of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was deployed to evacuate the once dreaded Jammeh out of the Gambia. It is against this background of the nation's considerable efforts in maintaining peace and deepening democracy in Africa and beyond that the recent demand for a permanent seat for Africa in the United Nations Security Council be considered. No country in Africa has contributed to global peace and security than Nigeria in terms of human and material resources. The request for a well-deserved permanent seat for the continent was a high point of Nigeria's presentation at the just concluded 79th session of United Nations General General Assembly, United States of America. Vice President Shetima ably represented the country, and he particularly to state the obvious, particularly for those who want to watch the presentation live or on television. Resplendent in the country's traditional white flowing babariga with a matching Borono cap, Vice President Shetima did a good job making a case for this all-important seat on the exalted United Nations podium. He stated that reform of the Security Council was critical if the United Nations was to strengthen its relevance and credibility in a rapidly developing world. Shetima noted that some permanent members of United Nations Security Council had offered encouraging, if tentative, indications of support on the issue of reform of the Council, pointing out that Nigeria welcomed the change in turn while urging acceleration in momentum to the process. Shetima was of the view that the Security Council should be expanded in the permanent and non-permanent member categories to reflect the diversity and plurality of the world. The Vice President
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, that was the news update, and we must thank Shadia and the rest of the news crew for giving us the latest picture of what is going on in the country. You've heard that news, the president dispelling the rumor that the CBN governor has been sacked. That rumor was flying on social media yesterday that Layemi Cardozo, the CBN governor, has been sacked. But the president has debunked that rumor. All right, we'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll now look at our big story for today. All you just have to do is stay with us. We'll be right back.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And now to our big story for today is to look at the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. It's being called shortly VAPP. Now, this act was enacted in 2015 by former President Goodluck Jonathan. That was during his administration. And the essence of this act is to prohibit violence against persons, in the public and in the public space. Most importantly, it covers women and ladies. And now there are controversies trailing this act over the years since it's been enacted in 2015. If as we speak, we only have 34 out of 36 states who have enacted this law or who have domesticated this law. And that's been a challenge over the year. And that's why we need to talk about it to see what can be done to reshape this act so that it can serve the purpose intended. Now, at the moment, there's a move to repeal this act at the Senate, but it's been kicked against mostly by women and ladies because they're going to be more affected. Let's see how we can shape policy in this regard by bringing in our guests. We're being joined by Juliana Jonathan O'Malley, who is a lawyer and acting Deputy Director, Directorate of Gender-Based Violence, Kogi State Ministry of Justice. Glad to have you join us this morning, Juliana.
I'm grateful.
All right. For those who don't have proper understanding about this act, I would like you to give a background to the importance, the necessity, and the details or the spirit behind this act. We'll call it Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAPP. I would like you to give a background to it, why it's so important, and why do you think it's been controversial over the years? This act was enacted in 2015. And there are several controversies trailing this act, especially when it comes to protecting the interest of violence against women and ladies. So talk to us. The spirit behind this act and what has been the success rate, or if you call it the failure that has been recorded in the last years since it's been enacted, precisely in the year 2015.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to join you on this program. First of all, I would like to say that a lot of people have a misconception about what the VAP law is all about in the first place. The VAP law, which means Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015. This VAP Act, the main thrust, the main purpose, the main objective of this VAP Act is to prohibit all forms of violence, whether in the public or in the private life. It is also to provide some sort of, how do I put it now? The victims are supposed to be able to find solace in this law because it makes provision for the victims to be taken care of, and it makes provisions for the protection and the effective remedies to be provided for victims, which hitherto other laws before now had not been able to adequately do so. And then apart from that, it also is more detailed in terms of punishment for offenders of, for perpetrators or offenders, people who commit the gender-based violence. Now, in Nigeria particularly, the VAP Act can be seen as one of the landmark achievements of the federal government of Nigeria in trying to combat the scourge of GBV. GBV is gender-based violence. Now, what is gender-based violence? Most people have a misconception. They don't even really know what it means. But if you go through the acts that amount or that constitute gender-based violence are listed there. Hitherto, because of our cultural practices and because of the gender roles that were assigned to the genders that are recognized in Nigeria, that's the male and female, you see that there were some things that were just seen as being normal but have now been criminalized by the VAP Act. So the VAP Act is supposed to be a reprieve for those who have suffered one form of gender-based violence or the other. There are so many, but I'll give you an example. One of the most common and the most popular would be rape. But there is a misconception, like I keep insisting. People feel that it is only women and girls that are protected by this law, but it's not true. In fact, very recently, we had to visit a particular place for, I wouldn't want to mention where, but we were informed by someone who was visually impaired, a man, a male, a full-grown man. He told us that he was almost a victim of rape. So these things are everywhere. When we talk about the VAP Act, most people just limit it. And I think that's the mindset that the average Nigerian has. Most people believe that the VAP Act caters to just women and girls, but it's a misconception. It's for everybody. If there are some defects in the law to make maybe the male gender not feel really included, what I would suggest to be done should be an amendment and not a total overhauling of the legal framework for the GBV cases, because that would be a serious setback. What should happen? What do you think should become the fate of those who have been victims of gender-based violence? Or we like to refer to them as survivors. What should be their fate? So in my opinion, I would think that rather than asking for a repeal, what should be done should be an amendment. Even if you want to say another law should be enacted, it's going to be a lengthy process, lengthy and uncertain. And in the meantime, what of those who have benefited from the relief or the remedies that have been provided as a result of this law? Like you rightly pointed out, in Nigeria, about 34 states out of the 36 states of Nigeria have domesticated the law. The only issues we have, which I can point out, is the issue of implementation. Many of the states have domesticated this law, but we are not really implementing it as we should. And what I think the government can do for us is to try to strengthen the already existing VAP Act. Strengthen it if there are areas of misconception or ambiguity, or if there are areas that need better clarification, an amendment should be done But asking for a repeal will be like taking one step in the right direction and then 10 steps backward. Thank you very much.
All right. What a good opener there. Now let's bring in our second guest. It's looking like the conversation is getting bigger now, and it's looking like a day for lawyers to educate us. We're also being joined by Chimeze Onwama Esquire, who is a senior partner and CEO Million and Cross Commercial Solicitors. Glad to have you join us, Chimeze. You can hear. All right. While we wait for the second guest, Juliana, let me get back to you. You started by giving us a background to the spirit behind this law. Now, I'm happy with the fact that you're a legal practitioner, and from your observation over the years, this law was enacted in 2015. Will you give us a picture of the success rate, the level of implementation? How many Nigerians has implemented this law, has experimented with this law? And what are some of the controversies trailing this law? Why do you think, years after it was enacted, these laws are still being considered for repeal on at the floor of the Senate? What are the controversial clauses here, and what are the things that should be submitted for amendment as far as the Senate is concerned?
Thank you for that question. Like I earlier pointed out, I think the issue of, sorry, I'm going to digress a bit, but I think it's for the purpose of clarity. The issue of sensitization is very important. I gave an example. I told you earlier, I said that there were many acts committed by people before now, which were not criminalized because of whether you could call them gender roles that are assigned traditionally. There are some things that are believed to be the prerogative of a man or even that of a woman and all that. And some of those things have kind of made people not realize that when we are talking about gender-based violence is neutral. Any gender can be a perpetrator of gender-based violence. What I mean is that a male can be a perpetrator of gender-based violence. That means a male can commit gender-based violence. A female can also commit gender-based violence. And that's the same way gender-based violence victims can either be male or female, young or old. So it cuts across all borders. That's the first thing people need to understand, because from my little experience in working in this department, I understand that a lot of men, it will surprise you to know that despite the plethora of gender-based cases that we have, it will shock you, the statistics of gender-based violence cases that we have in Nigeria. But despite it, there are some people who still have this notion. They still believe that once you just mention gender, anything gender, or you say gender-based violence, they just feel, oh, that caters to men. I mean, that caters to women and girls. And that's what I was talking about when I said we need proper sensitization. So going back to the question you just asked now, are there certain sections of the law that need to be amended? Yes, there are some that need to be strengthened. But in strengthening them, we don't overhaul the years of progress that has been made. That is why we can amend. We can pick out those sections, like the one that talks about the consent and the fact that men feel that by the language of the law, it caters more to, okay, let me give you an example. Some of the offenses, apart from, many people believe that, oh, it's only women that can be raped. But I just cited an example earlier. I said a visually impaired man told us he was almost a victim of rape. These are things that people are not aware of. Because men hardly report issues and instances of gender-based violence. And many men are silent on it, even when it is being committed. They are silent on it. Maybe they feel it emasculates them. I don't really know. But I would think that Nigerians should really be glad for the enactment of this act. And what we can do to strengthen it, like I said, what we can do to strengthen it is to have a complete look at the act itself and the areas that maybe they feel are not really inclusive. They don't really include both men and women, or the male and men and women, or the male and female gender. The language is just a matter of language, and they can just be adjusted. These things can be taken care of. You don't need to overhaul the whole legal framework. For me, it's a no-no. I'm of the opinion that we don't need to repeal the act at all, because even within this period of time that the act came into place, we can see the advantage and the fact that it caters more to specific things that were not provided for by the penal code and some things. There are some things that by the language of it and the how do I put it now? There are some crimes. Let me give you an example. If you say somebody is guilty of economic abuse, those are things that you could never find in the VAP. I mean, you could never find in the penal code. But in the VAP Act, you see things like that. That if you even deprive somebody of liberty, if you deprive somebody of sustenance, if the person is your dependent, it's an offense. It is a crime. So I would think that we should work on strengthening the already existing VAP Act. A repeal for me is a no-no. It will be a waste of the time and the progress that has already been achieved in this regard. Thank you very much.
All right, you've made it clear that a repeal is a no-no for you. Now let's bring in our second guest. Alancha Chimeze is ready for us, who is a senior partner and CEO, Million and Cross Commercial Solicitors. Chimeze, glad to have you join us on the LX thing this morning.
Oh my. And it's Milton and Cross, not Million and Cross, although we're expecting the millions.
All right, thanks for that correction. Of course, the millions will come. All right, now
Amen.
Let's look at this act. You have VAPP. It's been considered to be very controversial since 2015 that this act was enacted. Now, I would like you to give us your own picture, your own account on the success or the failure that has triggered this act. Why do you think years after, we are still revisiting this act, even though the level of implementation has not been substantial? What are some of the critical controversies or issues that are trailing this law, this act, and what do you think should be done? Now, Juliana is saying she's kicking against the move to repeal the act. Let me have your thought in this regard and then your overall assessment of this act.
Okay, thank you. My first interaction with the VAP law, the VAP legislation, was around 2016. I had a client whose husband woke up one day and threw her out of the house. You know, he felt like, I don't want to marry this woman again, leave my house, packed her load, packaged her and threw her out. As at that time, the VAP hadn't been domesticated in Lagos. You know, it was just being domesticated. It hadn't taken full effect in Lagos State. And I think we have to distinguish between the VAP Act and the VAP law, Violence Against Persons legislation of the states. Now, the VAP Act covers only the FCT. It applies only to the FCT. If you understand the principle of conflict of laws, every state is a country in and of itself. So Lagos State is a different country from the FCT. FCT is a different country from the from Ondo State or your state, and so on and so forth. So each violence against persons law and legislation has to be domesticated in each state. Now, And at that point, we could not really implement. You could only go to police, and you went to the police. Police would ask, "Oh, why did you not?" There were questions of adultery in the situation, and Nigeria, we have a tolerance. It's unfortunately, attitudes are changing now, but about 10 years ago, there was a tolerance for domestic violence. There was a substantial amount of tolerance for domestic violence, economic violence, marital violence. There was a tolerance for it. If you got angry with your wife, you could just tell her, "Get out of my house." If you had a girlfriend and you've been living together for a while and you say, "I don't want to live with this woman again," you throw her out. You just stop taking care of your children. Attitudes have changed significantly. Now, people can do all with the enactment of the VAP and the domestication of VAP in other states, at least 35 out of 36 states. The only state that hasn't domesticated it is Kano State. A lot of family-based and domestic violence has reduced. I won't say it has stopped, but it has reduced. Yes, the VAP had its weaknesses. It does have a few weaknesses. But then if you look at the VAP alone in isolation, you will make a mistake. You have to look at the VAP vis-a-vis other existing legislations. Now, in Lagos, most people don't even really come under the VAP. Most offenses contained in the VAP are also covered by the criminal law of Lagos State. Let's use Lagos as an example. So, to a large extent, yes, the VAP has weaknesses, but most of the problems can be resolved through. It's actually being what Senator Issa Jibrin, that's the proponent of the promoter of this repeal law, the repeal bill, is saying is that let us repeal and reenact so we can fix all the errors in the VAP Act, which is not bad in and of itself. Most laws are repealed and reenacted every day. The KAMA was repealed and reenacted, and a better KAMA was enacted. Most other laws, a lot of other laws, tax laws a lot of our laws are repealed and reenacted every day. But the VAP, does the VAP need an update? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There are new issues surrounding cybercrime. People now, you have sex tapes flying up and down. You have people sharing private issues surrounding privacy. Someone can blackmail you, cyberbullying, cyber blackmail. A lot of these things are issues that will be covered by the Violence Against Persons Act because they are emotional abuse. But on its own, does it need a full repeal? I don't think so. Now, even if they repealed the VAP Act, I don't think it would actually have a substantial effect because it will only apply to the FCT. It will not apply to the other states until and unless the other states domesticate it. In terms of from what I also I've noticed over the years, I've observed a part of my practice is dedicated to family and child law. And we've realized that prior to the VAP Act, there was a prevalent belief that we used to call it gender-based violence or SGBV. We believe that women were the ones being abused. Now, information coming out, statistics show that there is men are more abused than women. We hear about men abusing women. We hear more cases of it, but when you now see statistics being released by the DSVRT and other domestic sexual violence agencies, you realize there is a substantial amount of violence against men. And unfortunately, our culture different cultures. Nigeria is made up of over 300 to 400 cultures. Different cultures make it difficult for men to come out and say, "Oh, we are being abused." What point does it? When men are often subject to emotional abuse. We hear a man being abused. You hear men. I had to have this neighbor, and by the time you hear his wife talk to him, she will strip him down with her tongue. Now, if the man goes to the police station and says, "Oh, my wife is emotionally abusing me," what happens? Everybody will abuse him and say, "Guy, go and be a man." Now, so man life be. So there's a tolerance for it in Nigeria. So I would say the issue with the VAP Act is more one of enforcement and implementation. It's more of enforcement and implementation as opposed to the content. Because it's if you support the VAP, if you look at the VAP Act, Criminal Law, Children and Young Persons Act, and all that ecosystem that makes up child and family law, you see that it's substantial protection for children, young persons, and spouses. The VAP Act then only covered, VAP Act. Before the VAP Act, there was the Criminal Code. Criminal Code covered in fact, I just say the VAP Act even tempered the harshness of the Criminal Code in some areas. Before, rape was 15 years. The punishment for rape was 15 years imprisonment. But then you had a higher standard of proof. You had to prove that there was penile entry. That you had to prove, oh, this man actually had penetrative sexual intercourse with the woman. Any other thing was sexual assault. Now, the VAP expanded the definition of rape to include digital rape, where a man uses his finger or his mouth or any other object to penetrate the woman. So a lot of things he expanded, but when it came to punishments, which is one of the issues Senator SOUQ raised, he said rape now has 15 years. Defilement, which is the rape of a child, a person under the age of 17 years, which they say is I think how many years is it? 13 or 11 years. It's short, much less. It has a lower punishment in the VAP than in the criminal law. So the criminal law that covered criminal or penal laws that covered each state provide a more robust architecture for enforcement of the VAP. So you can actually any offense that, so most times they punish people under the criminal law. So I don't think would the repeal have any substantial effect on the states? No, except the states update their own laws to reflect repeal. But I think for what the law is, it's a repeal and reenactment. The issue I have noticed is the key issue, the core issue is that we don't have there's a trust deficit in Nigeria. A lot of the Nigerian populace do not trust the legislation, our legislative agents, bodies. One, and secondly, legislation, the National Assembly did not have, when they were first doing the first VAP, the civil society organizations were carried along. A lot of people knew what was going on. It was a long process. People followed it step by step to the point of enactment. Now, this is not the first time Senator SOUQ is bringing this request for is sponsoring a bill to repeal and reenact the VAP. It's not the first time. He came first in 2022. He was sent back. Now he has come a second time, and it has scaled to the second reading. So people, they are not carrying people along. We don't know the whys, we don't know the wherefores. So to my mind, There might be some
We'll
hidden
address
motive.
that subsequently. But let me. I like the fact that you've been able to provide the background to some of the things, the controversial issues as regards this act. But let's get back to Juliana, and I would like you to speak in this regard. Record has shown that out of 36 states in Nigeria, we only have 34 that has domesticated this law. Why do you think the other two are, foot dragging about domesticating this law? And what are some of the peculiarities about these states? Now, you talked about the peculiarity of Abuja and some other states. Do you think that the peculiarity of each state should be factored into this act when it's being domesticated? What are some of the issues around localizing this act, especially for the two states that have not been able to do that? What's your observation?
Well, I have an observation and I have a comment, but whether or not it's okay for me to express my personal opinion on national TV is another issue. The truth is that what is acceptable to some people may not be acceptable to others, and what is considered grievous and terrible to some people may not really be considered that serious. I want you to read between the lines and know where I'm heading to. I'm on national TV, so I just wouldn't want to go into saying some things, but I do know for a fact that whether we like it or not, in Nigeria, sometimes our religion or the things that we believe in, the things that we hold dear, they play a significant role in shaping who we are as a people, whether collectively or individually, or even as a state, what you hold dear. So for those who have domesticated the VAT law, it is because they've seen the importance of it. And for the other two the others that have refused to domesticate the law, it is because maybe or perhaps it is not that important to them, and maybe they feel, just like I pointed out earlier, the issue of sensitization cannot be overemphasized. The mindset of people need to change. People need to know that what is wrong and nothing can make it right. Let's be sincere and be serious with ourselves. The issue of gender-based violence is even humanitarian in nature. It doesn't have to, it's not because it's happening to a man or it's happening to a woman. This is just basic. There are some things that are repugnant to natural justice, equity, and good conscience. So I think in the spirit of that, that's where we should channel, that's what should direct us to take the decisions that we take. The others are a bit slow in picking up the cue that the 34, or will I say 35 states have picked. But maybe, let's hope, maybe in the nearest future they will have a rethink. I would just love to stop here for now. Thank you so much.
All right, I understand your point and the angle you're coming from, but at least you've been able to shed light on that. Let me get back to Chimeze here. I like the fact that you're a man now, so we purposely had to arrange these we purposely have to do this arrangement so that we'll have a kind of balance in the conversation. There was something crucial you raised earlier, which is the fact that when you talk about violence against persons, women and ladies are always in the picture. People hardly talk or think about men, but record or statistics are also shown that men are also victims. Now, what do you think can be done? You said earlier that most of the time, because of cultural belief or ego issue, men don't like to talk about it. Now, what do you think can be done to help victims who are men to voice out, to tell their testimony or their experience? Now that you have an ad that should be able to take care of that, don't you think there's a need to also look into this and also help these men who are victims but they can't talk or they can't open up? What should be done to encourage these men to open up and tell their story?
It is a big thing. I find that the major issue is that safe spaces are not created for men. Most people, when we have issues, we go to our churches, our mosques, our imams, or our families. There are no real safe spaces for men. I think the only safe space many men have are beer parlors, which is why you have a substantial amount of alcohol abuse. I think the first step would be to create more sensitization. A lot of men do not even know they are being abused. Secondly, the creation of a safe space where men can come and get counseling without judgment or condemnation. Number three, most of the government agencies need to, if I would say, I've had the opportunity of witnessing quite a number of cases, and the way it's carried out is, instead of carrying it out in a private and confidential manner, it's carried out in a public manner. So when I was in the UK, I spent some time in the UK, and I worked as a family mediator in the UK. And we were trained in techniques where you would have, if you wanted to talk to the husband, you talk to the husband separately, you talk to the wife separately. Before you now know where both of them are coming from. So most times when you had those separate conversations, you would find that people were willing to divulge more about what they were going through. But now in Nigeria, it's handled you would see people, they will lump people together, they call them together and say your own in front of the other person. Tell me your own side of the story, you tell me your own side of the story, they start fighting. So our cultural approaches, the way we have approached this problem over the years has only worsened the problem. So I think there's a need for more training among the functionaries that operate in that space. There's a grave deficiency of training. A lot of them are trained, but they don't know. They need to go through more practical and experience-based training. They need to learn how to mediate. They need to know how to caucus properly. They need to learn how to men need to have safe spaces. Counseling is important. A lot of men are going through, as part of my divorce practice, I realized that when you sit down and talk to men, when you do a divorce for a man, when you do a divorce, you get close to the family. You start knowing their deepest secrets. And when you sit down, you see the load, the emotional load a lot of men bear. And you wonder how men are even safe. A lot of men are carrying mental health issues due to domestic violence, emotional abuse. I won't say violence now, I'll say abuse. So we need to have male spaces. Support groups need to be set up. There are inadequate support groups in Nigeria. Inadequate. I once had someone, I met a man whose wife would routinely beat him up. She would beat him up, she would injure him. You'd go to the police station, and she would go to the police station and report that he's the one beating her up. The man had until I got into the matter, the man had no safe space to talk. How do you tell your lawyer, how do you tell a man, how do you tell a fellow man that you are being beaten up by your wife? And a lot of, I would say a significant amount of women resort quickly to violence. When they have a quarrel with their husband, the first thing they do, they will just throw something at him, or they'll just slap him. And even in our home videos, you watch it in our home videos.
Let me pause you for a moment. I would like Junior to react to this so that we'll strike a balance there. If you can hear me, Junior, I would like you to react to this issue as regards perception when it comes to the issue of violence. Then let's also talk about the issue of stigma for the victims. We've established that the victims are also we have both men and women who are victims. But you realize most of the time the victims, they are always afraid to talk or to open up because of the stigma in the society, what might come after, especially when it comes to the issue of rape or domestic violence. Now, I'd like you to react to the angle that, gives the perception that when you talk about violence, women and ladies are usually in the picture, unlike men who are not in the picture. Then also talk about victims, the stigma in the society, how to handle the issue of stigma for victims who are going through all this and what they need to do, who they need to talk to, and how they can overcome this general perception about this act. Talk to us.
Thank you very much. Your question is, how do we handle the issue of stigmatization? And okay, let me start with how do we handle the issue of stigmatization? The truth is that there are some things you cannot help. When something has happened, it has happened. Rather, what should be done is how to encourage the person to come out of it and rise above the stigmatization. But I think even that issue of stigmatization will be handled. I'm still going back to the issue of sensitization. People need to be, see, we need to do, in Nigeria, we need to do a holistic, we need to address this issue of sensitization holistically. What do I mean? I mean both in the towns, in the villages, in the suburbs. Let it start from the grassroots. Let people know that, oh, hitherto, before this time, these things were not considered bad, but now as it is, it has been criminalized and you can actually go to jail for it. I think when everybody knows that these problems are common to both the men and the women, the stigmatization will reduce. And I think it's even the stigmatization that makes it difficult for men to open up when they are being abused. My learned colleague mentioned that he's going to suggest that safe spaces be created for men to be able to vent. I don't really know.
All right, so we must apologize for that. The internet glitch won, but I'm very sure we're going to get us soon for her to wrap up our talk on the issue of stigmatization. Okay, let me get back to Chimeze now, which is the factor why we wait for her to join us shortly. Now, I would like you to address the issue of evidence. You realize most of the time when you talk about the issue of violence against persons, the most important thing when it comes to approaching the court is the issue of evidence, which most of the time usually jeopardizes most of the cases in court. Issue of rape, domestic violence, and all that, it's usually not that easy to provide evidence. So as a legal practitioner, what has been your observation in this area, and what should victims do, people who are being abused in one way or the other, to protect evidence? And immediately this thing happens, what would you expect victims to do? Are they in that position to secure these evidences or evidence or whatever it is that could also buttress their case in court? Talk to us about some of the mistakes people often make when it comes to handling this kind of case or approaching court for this kind of case in asking for their right or justice.
Thank you very much. The evidentiary burden in criminal matters is proved beyond reasonable doubt, which means that you must show that. I look at evidence. When you are building a case, you have to look at it like cooking a soup. There's a formula. A must enter, B must enter, C must enter, D must enter for there to be a clear-cut case. Now, so I will start. In order to prove a case of rape, you must prove that there was penetration, that you must prove that there was no consent, or consent was obtained through fraud or fraud. Number two, you must establish that. Now, that how do you establish penetration? That's where we have always had a problem in rape cases, in proving rape cases. back in the day. So you have to establish a medical examination. So that is, and the only time you can actually catch a person in Nigeria right now, where you are most likely to get a person, is when the man deposits semen inside the woman. That's where you have a clear case. But in situations where the man uses a finger, a tongue, any other part of his body, apart from penile penetration, we normally have consent is also a very hard case to prove, because there was a case I witnessed in court some years ago, many years ago. I was a very, very young lawyer then, and the man, they were able to win the case. The opposing counsel won the case. Then they asked the man, Oga, why did you? Because there was no clear evidence, and the man said, oh, sometimes they were asking, why did you tear the girl's underwear? Why did you feel the need to tear her underwear? He said, sometimes you have, when a woman says no in Nigeria, it doesn't mean she will say no, no, no before she says yes. So that's where we don't have. So mistakes that are made. Let me start from the mistakes women make. Women typically make. Number one, if there's any issue of rape, do not shower. Do not have a shower. First thing, because they need to have, when the first thing the hospital does is when you go to the closest police station immediately, they will swab the woman. The police is under an obligation to call in a medical practitioner or a medical note to go to the closest general hospital. Now you take the general hospital, they will perform a rape kit on the woman. They will swab her vagina and find if there is a semen sample. Or there are normally semen samples, skin samples. There are some samples the man will leave. They will get a medical report from the general hospital. Unfortunately, a lot of women, the first thing that a lot of women do is to go and have a shower because they feel dirty. After that effect, they will quickly go and have a shower and they try to wash away the man. They try to wash away the events. Now, doing that, they destroy that evidence. Now, the second thing the woman should do, so the first thing, don't shower. Don't shower, don't clean, don't do anything. Just dress up, go. Number two, document. Document. Take pictures. Take as many pictures. Memorize where things are happening. Take pictures if possible. If they have been beaten up, if the woman is beaten up, always take pictures of the violence. I find that when there are pictures, it always makes a very strong case. Because if there a woman, it covers the issue of lack of. You can say if a woman gave consent, there won't be a black eye on her face, or there won't be an injury, or there won't be abrasions. Now, number three, the next thing the woman should do is ask for the human rights. When you get to the station, ask for the human rights officer in that station. Every station has a human rights officer. Those officers have proper training for human rights issues. They know the procedures and the steps to take. It may not be so in the rural stations. Unfortunately, sexual violence is more prevalent in rural areas and areas with low economic mobility. So they may not know these things. But the first thing I will say is don't shower. Once a woman showers, that the 99% is that the case will be scattered. If there's any exhibit, torn clothes, torn underwear, please carry it along. If the man used a condom, take it along. And then what I find that women are now there's been more sensitization over the past 10 years. Women are more vocal about these things now. They are more educated about it and they're taking more reasonable steps. Before, women would just quickly shower, scatter evidence. Now, over the past 5 years, over the past 5 years, there's been a lot of, now women are smarter. You find that after sexual abuse, they tend to, I see a trend now, they lock the abuser in the house and go and report. Other times, if they are not careful, the woman should take steps to protect herself. take pictures, taking pictures,
Permit
documenting,
me to
have a
come in
voice.
here now. You've been able to establish what should be done. Thank you for that. But let's bring in Juliana, and I hope she's ready for us. We also need to have a perspective as regards this development. Glad to have you back with us.
Thank you very much.
All right. Earlier, you were making your submissions as regards the issue of stigmatization, and also you made a statement that you don't subscribe to men being given a safe haven to vent their anger. So I'd like you to continue your thought in that regard. Then subsequently, I ask you another question. But I want you to wrap up on that before we go to another question.
Okay. Okay, let me wrap up very quickly. I'm not totally opposed to men being given a safe space. What I just mean is that a safe space should be created for everybody, whether male or female. Yes, I'm in support of the safe space, but saying that the safe space should be for men because they are men and they are not used to venting is wrong. I think it's a wrong approach for you to even, there's nothing wrong with you. If you're a victim, you're a victim, and it's not because of something you did or did not do. You shouldn't be victimized because of your gender. And if you are victimized, you should be taught how to survive, how to come out of it. So I feel like I keep hammering. I know even if you are not going to remember me for anything, I want you to remember that I keep hammering on the issue of sensitization. When people know that these things are more common than they think, there's sometimes you're going through something and you just feel it's peculiar to only you. But surprise, surprise, only for you to discover that you're not the only man who has experienced such. Neither will you're not the first, neither will you be the last. So if you know that the statistics are now showing that even men suffer gender-based violence. Since you know that it's common now, the effect of that stigma will not be so much on you, especially if we can even create counseling centers where you can go to talk about it. Because once those counseling centers are established and they have people that you can confide in, the counselors that you can confide in, you don't necessarily need to know what I came in for. I may have come in because of being deprived of my liberty to do something. You may have come in because of rape. Whatever the case may be, everybody should be provided a safe space to vent. Sometimes even venting about it, knowing that the government is concerned about you and is willing to do something concerning the GBV cases. I always tell people, sometimes when I do rape cases, I tell, there was a time, there was a little girl, a 14-year-old girl who was raped. And I remember the first time I met her, she was busy crying, even relaying what happened. Sometime, as in, it wasn't immediately it happened that I even met her. But just for her to relate the story to me, she was crying. She couldn't even comport herself. And I remember there was one thing I told her. I called her name. I said, let me tell you, my dear, if you don't speak up in court today, what this man did to you, he will not only get away with it, he will do it to another person. Would you like that? She said no. And I tell you the truth, that was what gave the girl the confidence to open up. And she said it as it happened. And by God's grace, we won that case based on her testimony and based on the supporting evidence that we had. What am I trying to say? The issue of stigmatization, when something happens to you, it's not the end of the world. It's painful, but people should be taught to survive. People should be taught how to survive after that incident. We should not overdwell on it. And I feel that stigmatization in itself will be taken care of when people are aware that these things they're happening and government is making concerted efforts to ameliorate or to reduce them drastically in the society. Thank you very much. You were going to ask me another question.
All right, which will be a way for us to wrap up. My next question will be for you to have your closing remarks as regards this conversation. Now, I'm going to start with Juliana. We often say ladies first, so I'm going to start with that, then I'll get to you. Now, the Senate is making move, to reconsider this act, and there's every tendency that the move might be to repeal this act. You've made your point earlier, but let me put you on the spot. If you have been consulted as a lawyer, what will be your final recommendation or your recommendations as regards this move pertaining to this act? Let me have Juliana first, then I'll get back to Chimeze.
Okay, thank you very much once again. I said it earlier and I still maintain my earlier stand. An amendment will settle whatever is there, not necessarily a repeal. There's no need for that. There's absolutely no need. And I want, as part of my closing remark, I want us to know that, please, everyone should disabuse their minds of the notion that gender-based violence caters to only, gender-based violence cases only, they are only, the law or the act, the VAP Act only caters to women and girls. It is not true. Little boys are defiled every day. I can't even begin to tell you. Because of this directorate, this is the directorate, I work in the Directorate of Gender-Based Violence, Kogi State Ministry of Justice. In the bid to do this work, I know the stories and the things that we've had to listen to. So I just want people to disabuse their minds and to know that these things are happening, and we must join our hands together to put a stop to it. God helping us. Thank you very much.
All right, let me get to Chimeze now. Your closing thoughts or your closing remarks on this act as the Senate is considering a repeal. What do you feel?
But there is more need. They don't need to repeal the act. They should just expand its scope and deepen it. It's a fine piece of legislation. But there is more need for implementation, effective implementation, education, and sensitization. Out of every 10 sexual violence, domestic and sexual violence cases I see, 9 are settled due to stigmatization. So you find a situation where the victim is almost, I wouldn't say coerced, but is persuaded that, oh, look, if you go out and complain, you'll be stigmatized. Why not take some money and ease your pain? And unfortunately, it's Juliana works on this case from the government side. I have often worked on these cases from I would say sometimes on the side of the offenders. And we tend to just say, look, take some money and keep quiet. That's what tends to happen. So people find it the stigma and the lack of education is the biggest problem. People need to we need to create more safe spaces for, as Juliana said, I agree with that, male or female, but the safe spaces should be attuned to the need of the person of that gender. I think the Senate is more concerned about what the logic behind, the reason behind the repeal. I don't think it's timely. I think they should just focus more on education and sensitization and implementation. Let them leave the act for now. They don't know what they're doing. I don't think they know what they're doing. They're just talking rubbish. So they should leave the act.
All right, it might not be absolutely rubbish, but of course, like you said, there's a need to give room for amendment, and that's what they're looking at now at the moment. Well, we just have to leave this conversation here, and I must thank you both. You know, it is often said that variety is the spice of life. Having this kind of perspective from the two sides has also shed more light on this conversation. I'm almost turning to a law student this morning. Courtesy both of you, and I must thank you for sharing your thoughts, spending time with us. I hope Juliana, she's in view. Thank you so much for your time, and Chimeze, thank you so much for your submission on this act. We hope to have you subsequently when we have more development on this act. Thank you so much for spending time with us on Early Exchange this morning.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
All right, this is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at another story with another guest. All you just have to do is stay with us. We'll be right back.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're just taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Right, this is your favorite program, and if you're just joining us for the first time today, you're joining us at the right time and at the right moment. Earlier, we had a conversation looking at that act, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which is being considered for repeal in the Senate. We had two legal practitioners who shared their opinion on, shed more light on this act, and also shared their opinion as regards the development. And now to our second story for today is to look at the tourism sector in Nigeria. It's the crucial sector as the federal government has made a move now as a resolve to unlock the potential in that sector. We'll be looking at the potential in that sector, the journey so far for Nigeria, since tourism has been the rave of the moment. What has been some of the issues trailing tourism? or tapping the potential in that sector in Nigeria. It has added a lot of economic value to the GDP in Nigeria, and there are stakeholders who feel that Nigeria still needs to do more when it comes to tapping the potential inherent in that sector. That will be the thrust of our conversation, but that will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Yes, indeed. Our obligation is to shape policy and, advance development. In case you're wondering, why do we like saying it? Yes, it is because that's what we stand for. We want that thing to resonate with everyone watching this program so that you understand the essence of our conversation, because we need to make our society a better place. And now let's talk about the tourism sector, where the federal government has made a reserve to tap the potential inherent in that sector. Joining us for this conversation, we have Chimeze Mike Oyendeke, who is an expert when it comes to hospitality and tourism sector. He's also the founder, Tourism Africana. Glad to have you join us on Nelly Extinct this morning. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Good morning.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Good morning. You're looking brighter and younger.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Perhaps you'll also be tapping the potential inherent in the tourism sector.
Of course. That's exactly what we've been envisaging for a long time, right from school days. As a graduate of hospitality and tourism management, we have ever been waiting for a moment like this, where our industry will have a separate ministry, and we are happy with what is currently happening. And of course, we are on the spotlight right now.
All right. Beyond just having a ministry, let's start by you giving an assessment of that sector, talking about taking advantage of that sector properly and the kind of contribution that that sector ideally should make to the GDP and to the economy of Nigeria. Do you think Nigeria as a country has taken advantage of that potential? If that could be the starting point for our conversation, let me have your assessment.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's say, for instance, for Nigeria as a whole, we just have to appreciate the government starting from giving that opportunity for the ministry to have its own separate ministry for now. Of course, that's a starting point to whatever we're going to achieve. Okay, because once that is done, of course, there should be more either budgeting or probably allocations made for the sector, and that will enhance more work done when there is dedication towards it. And to be honest, I wouldn't say the current minister is not doing so much. She's doing her best, at least starting to understand what the industry is all about and what is required, though without so much funding for now. But I believe the ministry is currently doing a whole lot from my own point of view. But then looking at the potentials ahead, I believe Nigeria is beginning to understand there is an opportunity in the tourism sector. And if you are very close to this area of industry, you understand that the commitment, the energy, the noise is becoming more alarming. Of course, I wouldn't say for just this administration, but then it's becoming more alarming because both the industry stakeholders, of course, the private sector, they've been doing a whole lot to see this industry come to the limelight. And to get the government support, of course, is what is required to get the potentials right. And just to look at it, if you look at the news, every day you could see the engagement of the Federal Tourism Ministry, engaging with stakeholders, engaging with the private sector, seeing reasons to see how to collaborate with them. And of course, based on where she's coming from, she's actually not coming directly from the tourism sector per se, however, from the banking sector, but then she has that openness, to engage with the stakeholders, to engage with practitioners, to engage with professionals who has been in this system, trying to learn and underscore what is required. And I believe that is the best way to get things to the right direction. Just like an entrepreneur or business person going into a new business sector, you need to study that business. You need to get a feasibility study. You need to understand what is required and set the right targets and have a proper audience, segmentations and all of that. And I believe that's exactly the strategy our current minister is, applying. And I feel that works as a business management graduate. I believe that works. Having to use this first number of days or number of months in office to underscore and understudy the industry, I believe is the right moves, is the right, right step to the right direction, getting to engage with the right persons that actually will give the results that is expected, get the right consultation, get the right information, and of course, drafting a new policy that will actually lead us to the future we are anticipating.
All right, talking about policy, the federal government recently announced a draft of what you call the National Tourism Policy. What impact do you think this policy will make this time around, and what will be the advantage of having this kind of policy, given the example of other climes when it comes to having national policy when it comes to tourism? Will it make any difference this time around if we're going to have a policy, and what will be your expectation or your expectations from this policy, the draft from this as regards this policy? What are you expecting? That this policy will cater for some of the things that will be inherent in this policy scheme.
Okay, yes, thank you so much for that question. Yes, we know that some of this drafting, some of this policy, submissions have been done severally in the past, but implementation becomes a big challenge, and support from the government sector becomes a big challenge. And but I'm feeling quite different this time around. I feel we have a minister who actually understands what business is all about, what investment is all about, and of course this ministry or this unit of industry requires someone who understands, infrastructural development, investment on a big scale. And I feel it is a big win for us once this is passed and is put into action. For me, I'm looking at the fact that whatever the policy is focusing on, such as sustainable tourism, considering community engagement and diversification of the tourism products, all of these are things that is achievable in as much as the right individuals are used to achieve these goals, to achieve this implementation process. So for me, I'm having a good feeling for it. I believe it's something that is achievable in as much as the right steps are taken, the right supports are gotten from the government, for the ministry, and for the individuals who can actually achieve these results and not misappropriating the funds meant for this development.
All right, let me rephrase my question so that at least you could do more justice to it. I'm talking about the draft of the policy. What are some of the things you believe this policy should address? What are the issues, the controversies, the challenges that have been trailing that sector, some critical development in that sector that you think that this policy should address? For Nigeria to have a policy, this is not the first time, and I must let you know that if this is going to make any impact or make any difference, what would you expect that this policy should cover or should address? What are the issues here or the areas you think this policy should cover?
Okay. I think that sounds more clearer. So for me, I know, of course, that the policy have to, involve, getting the individuals in the system understand what exactly is expected within the tourism industry. Of course, education, they should be able to encourage education. Education, the policy should be such that everybody in Nigeria should be able to have, a full knowledge, a full awareness campaign of what is coming on board. So the policy should be such that we have a lot of implementation points of views that reflect, educational framework from the academic point of view. And then I must say, I know the policy on its own has some couple of, insights on it but on my own, I would think the policy should also include, how these funds that are meant for some of these development, some of these infrastructural setups, how these monies are meant to be spent, and how it can be accounted for at the end of the day. Because of course, whatever thing that is put on this policy is definitely going to be either checkpointing those who are going to be implementing and those who are going to be looking out for the implementation process. So I think every checks and balance should be put up on this policy from my own point of view. I'm looking at the fact that there has to be more of a critical study for the policy to have its balance in order to achieve the results it's actually meant for.
All right, you will agree with me that when it comes to tourism, Nigeria is blessed. We are naturally endowed, with all the resources. But you observe that over the years, taking advantage of this potential has been trailed with certain setbacks or shortcomings. I would like you to identify some of these issues and to see how we can provide solutions to them. What are some of the critical issues trailing or hampering Nigeria from taking full advantage of the potential in this sector?
Yeah, thank you. I think most times people complain so much about security being a very big challenge. And of course, let's see an investor who is coming to Nigeria to probably invest in a particular tourism attractive destination. But then some of them get discouraged about security. But I think most of the challenge here is our use of the media. Our use of the media to project what we have, to project the opportunities in the Nigerian tourism sector is a very big challenge. The kind of stories that are written about Nigeria is also hindering the development of tourism in Nigeria, if you must ask me. A lot of West media writes a whole lot of stories that are not reflecting the true people of Nigeria, and I think that is a major challenge. So if we can rewrite our stories, if the media, Nigerian media as well, can begin to promote the the huge potentials in the tourism sector within Nigeria. It can enhance investment. It can help investors to come into our tourism sector. And of course, that is one of the things I think is a challenge. Stories. We need to learn to tell the right story. And then going further to look at infrastructural development in terms of road networks and all of that. So these are the things that the government have to look into and put a critical measure into it. Of course, that shouldn't in any way still hinder some of this tourism progress, but of course is a major factor. Connectivity is a major factor to get into this tourism development, and the government has to give it a very good attention. And of course, we must also look at the fact that the people also, of course, the people in the rural community and most persons in the urban setup as well have little knowledge of the impact of tourism. And of course, like I said earlier, education will enhance these areas and getting to let people know the benefits the tourism brings, of course, by creating stuffs like souvenirs and all of that. For the tourists who are visiting destination, it can hence to create jobs and all of that. So most of this lack of education, lack of awareness of the tourism impact is also a major challenge for both even the government, the government leaders, the government administrators, and all of that. Is a major challenge for me.
Okay, I like the fact that you talked about the role of the media in telling the right story, the true African story, to unveil the potential here when it comes to tourism. And that's exactly what we do here at SOUQ News, which is why we're also having this conversation. But let's look at the African continent now, when it comes to the issue of tourism, the issue of infrastructure. Let's address the culture of, the issue of maintenance culture. You're aware there are certain monuments, there are certain sites that have been created years back, but if you look at the present state of these facilities, they are not in good state. So should this be looked into when it comes to the issue of maintenance policy as regards sustaining this facility, even if they are being improved on? There's also that tendency for this to still creeping over the time or over the year. What can be done to ensure that, talking about the issue of infrastructure, the maintenance, and also ensuring that we have the right attitude when it comes to tourism? If you ask an average African, you discover that they prefer to travel out when it comes to the issue of tourism rather than localizing it. How can we encourage the culture of patronizing our local sector as against traveling out to patronize other sector or other countries as regards tourism? Also, let's look at the dimension to sustainability as regards facilities that has to do with tourism in Nigeria. Let me have your take on these two aspects.
Okay, so starting from the maintenance culture, I think that's where this also part of the focus of this policy draft. Okay, so of course people need to understand what they actually stand to lose when they go against some certain important government policies. So that policy actually will be able or should take care of that area. And of course, maintenance culture should be understood as very, very important strategy towards a sustainable tourism. Of course, if an infrastructure is built by the government, there should be either an agency set up in order to maintain these infrastructures. Just like in Lagos State, I know there is a unit that is in charge of maintenance of roads and infrastructures and all of this. So there should be a set of units as well that can take care of sustainability of our tourism products, sustainability of our tourism infrastructures, and thereabout. So I think that shouldn't be something one should think twice in terms of investment. Whatever investment that is coming towards tourism, of course, we must ensure there is sustainability. But looking back to what has happened in the past, of course, looking at the different destinations that has existed in Nigeria and are currently existing, but they are in their in their devastation stages and all of that. You could imagine why people have to travel out to go and have experiences when we have places like Obudukatu Ranch and all of these fantastic destinations that gives you very interesting vibes, very foreign kind of vibes, but people will still decide to go out. Why? Because there's lack of maintenance. There's lack of maintenance of this infrastructure. They are not actually being properly taken care of, and most often than not, you begin to see that public-private partnership works sometimes in this area. Like if you look at Ekiti State, which you have the resort, all right, the resort in Ekiti State, which is currently being managed by a private sector. All right, you see that there's a lot of enhancement because there's a private hand in it. Most often than not, the government do not take seriously some of the things that are for the public interest. And I think this mentality have to change, where government begin to take some certain public offices much more seriously to enhance development, to enhance infrastructural development in their country. And of course, that's a big challenge. And if that can be put in place, I think we'll get it right. And then looking at the second question you asked, I must tell you that infrastructure in Nigeria is something that I must tell you, we still have a long way to go. And if these things are not put right in terms of road networks, in terms of electricity and all, you see people will continuously keep traveling out to have their family time and have a whole lot of these. But we have to find a solution to it. And of course, that's why the Ministry of Tourism is there to ensure these solutions are put in place. And of course, if there is much more attention into it, I know that the results will be gotten.
All right, interesting. I like the fact that you're advocating for PPP, which is having a proper alignment between the participation of the government and the private sector. There are those who argue that government has no business in business, but we'll come to that. We want to go on a short break now. Our guest is still here with us. When we return, we'll continue our conversation looking at the tourism sector in Nigeria. Stay with us.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But In all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Right, it's still your favorite program where we shape policy, and we're shaping policy looking at the tourism sector in Nigeria, spotlighting the effort being made by the federal government as the Nigerian government has made a resolve to fully tap the potential inherent in that sector. We still have our guest here with us who joins us virtually. Chimeze, glad to know you're still there with us.
Thank you.
Let's focus on solutions now, because the essence of having this conversation is to provide a roadmap when it comes to solving these problems. Let's look at what should be done in the area of attracting the right investment that should go into this sector. For investors who are perhaps watching, what area do you think they can channel their investment to when it comes to this sector? There's what you call comparative advantage Nigeria will have when it comes to tourism. I'd like you to talk about them and how the right investment can be attracted into these areas. And for an investor who wants to invest in this sector, what will be the critical areas that should be of interest and could also help the investor to maximize returns? Talk to us.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, Nigeria is a very interesting destination. Of course, a lot of foreigners want to visit Nigeria. Now, to start with, if the right stories are being put out there, of course, Nigeria wouldn't be, be able to contain the kind of receipts we're going to be having. Now, for any investor who wants to go into the business of hospitality or tourism, of course, we have very interesting gastronomy. Of course, looking at food is an interesting area for any investor. And of course, putting all of these with tourism in mind, you can have a lot of people visiting your outfit just for the taste of Nigerian kind of food. And then going into having some, destinations put into place. A lot of people want to see the culture, the different cultures, in Nigeria. If you watch the Nikkei Art Gallery, it tells a lot of stories. A lot of white people come to just see the culture of the Yorubas, the people of Nigeria. They want to, experience. Researchers want to come and find out some of the stories they have heard about this culture, the North culture, the different aspect of, stories within Nigeria. We have a lot of cultural products that can be, exported in terms of people coming to experience them as tourism. So all of these can actually be put into investment. You can create something that people can actually come just to experience Nigeria within a small entity. We have national museums out there that tell the story of the Nigerian people. All of these can also be privatized. You can privatize all of these products. You can create a destination within a particular community that people have been hearing about. You can see about the different places like in Osun State, like the Osogbo Festival. Of course, people visit these places just to go and experience. These are spots where you can actually, invest, either put in a hotel or a restaurant, and then use those destinations to attract people to your facility. You can talk about, if you go to the east, you can get Ohun Monastery. There are a lot of people in terms of those who are interested in Christianity and prayers and all of that. these places can actually be enhanced. They have potential for investment for anyone who wants to build either hotels, who want to build resorts. These places are very open places where you can actually build your facility and use this destination as a means of attraction to make the money you want. Now, the area of this investment is focusing on viable destinations where people can basically have experience, because hospitality has passed that level where it's just about coming to sleep and wake up. All right, there has to be an experience attached to it. So if you're focusing, or let's say your positioning of your product or your investment should be where you could have some certain amount of attractions, tourism attractions. Now you could see that in Lagos State, for instance, you have hotels like, perhaps, let me just use Eco Hotel, for instance, because it's a popular brand. Let's say all of these brands are in a state where you have different attractions. So you can actually focus your marketing with these attractions around, because people will want to visit this attraction and they need somewhere they're going to spend their night. Of course, tourism destinations doesn't go alone. It has to go with accommodation as one of its components. So all of these are important opportunity for all investors. When you look at the 6 A's of tourism, you could see investment in it. And one of these is transportation, which is connection. This is the aspect of when we talk about attraction, we talk about accommodation, we talk about amenities, we talk about, all of these are part of investment opportunities for anyone who wants to go into the investment aspect of tourism. Of course, when you look at transport, it's one of the means for those who have the finances to go into it. And then you have the accommodation. You can go into accommodation sector and situate it, because your location is what matters when you are considering anything to invest. So being able to situate it in either developed attraction or undeveloped, you can begin to work with the government to develop these attractions. And by so doing, Nigerian tourism will become a place that anyone out there wants to visit.
All right, nice one. Speaking about the right investment that should go into that sector. You mentioned a particular hotel in Lagos. I hope you won't get an invoice for that shortly. But that's just on a light note. Now, let's wrap up this conversation now by looking at other critical steps that the federal government should take. Oftentimes, when you hear this kind of statement that the federal government has reserved to tap the full potential in one particular sector, it sounds like a press release, not like a political statement. But for this one not to be like that, what other critical steps do you think the federal government should take to ensure that the reserve to tap the full potential in this sector becomes a reality? As we wrap up.
Yeah, I would like to get you clearly on that question so I can probably get the right answer to it.
What I'm trying to say, oftentimes when you hear this kind of statement that the federal government is prepared to do something or has planned or has promised to do this or that, there's likely this distrust until it is done. Now, there's this resolve on the part of the Nigerian government to tap the full potential in that sector. So I'm saying, for this not to look like any other political statement or press statement, for this to actually become the reality, what other critical steps do you think the federal government should take differently this time around?
Okay, yes. I understand the fact that a whole lot of political statements are made, of course, in Nigeria, and of course that happens all over the world. But however, I must say that in this case, we just have our hands all crossed, and we just have to give all the necessary support we can to the administration, talking about the Ministry of Tourism. I may not be talking about any other sector. I'm only concerned about my own specific sector, which is tourism. And of course, from what we are seeing, the ministry is not doing that bad. And we just need to give the right support we can to be able to get the right result that is expected. And of course, we can understand that right now, the ministry is still undergoing to understand. But of course, in the long run, let's say perhaps starting from next year, Nigerians may probably be taking account to what is really achieved in terms of realization of actual results, and not just about understanding and trying to study the sector. But now we want to see that, okay, this is a project that is currently ongoing and is being commissioned, and let's say this attraction has gotten full attention by the federal government, and of course is in full functioning, all right, and people are visiting. We begin to see that there's a lot of campaigns that is made for Nigerian tourism attractions, from the federal government, support from the federal government to see that a lot of campaigns, media houses are promoting tourism, and we are seeing the result in full time. And all over the world, people are seeing reasons to visit Nigeria, courtesy of the Federal Ministry of Tourism, and of course, showcasing Nigeria in the world market. Of course, just like we usually have the London, travel market and all of that happening, the world travel market, seeing Nigeria also appearing there from the government Ministry of Tourism, seeing that Nigeria attractions are showcased all over the world, and everybody get to see reasons to visit Nigeria, to buy Nigeria, and to also ensure that when I'm talking about buying Nigeria, I'm talking about buying Nigerian products and getting to visit Nigeria for the experience and for the culture that we offer here in Nigeria, and for the different destinations. Of course, we have numerous tourism destinations in Nigeria, and that will be a better way to showcase what we have. And of course, that can lead to our economic development. Of course, our receipts will draw to the foreign exchange that we are also envisaging, that all of this goes to a balance.
Chimeze, what a way to wrap up this conversation. I can see how passionate you are about this subject, which is why you are the go-to when it comes to this kind of conversation. Let's hope that as the federal government has promised, Nigeria will be able to experience the full benefits of this initiative. We must thank you so much for your time, your thoughts, spending time with us on Early Exchange on a subject you are also passionate about. Thank you so much for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. That's our offering for today. What a way to wrap up the conversation today. Earlier, we started by looking at the VAPPT, which is looking at the act guiding the violence against persons. And we had to wrap up by looking at how to tap the potential in the tourism sector in Nigeria. For those who missed this conversation, don't forget, you can do a catch-up on all our social media platforms, on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Don't forget, Market Insight is also going to come up at 11, where we review some of the things playing out in global market today. You just have to ensure that you watch this program for you to get the latest developments across markets, across the globe. Early Exchange will always return tomorrow, as you know, not just the way it is, but bigger and better. And I remain Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Growth, approved by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO as a heritage site since 2005. Every year, it attracts thousands of worshippers, spectators and tourists from within the country and from all parts of the world. It is a tourist potential, and in today's news talk, I'll be looking at the history, relevance and antecedents of this great Osun-Osogbo festival celebrating Yeye Osun. I am Bayo Olaoye. Osun-Osogbo is a sacred grove along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, capital of Osun State in Nigeria. The Osun-Osogbo Grove is several centuries old and is among the last of the sacred forests that once adjoined the edges of most Yoruba cities before extensive urbanization in recognition of its global significance and cultural value. The sacred grove was inscribed as a United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization UNESCO's heritage site in 2005. The 1950s witnessed the desecration of the Osun-Osogbo Grove. The shrines were neglected and priests abandoned the grove as its customary duties and responsibilities and sanctions weakened. Prohibited actions like fishing, hunting and felling of trees in the grove was done, and indiscriminately, until an Austrian woman named Susan Wenger, 1915 to 2009, helped to reinstate traditional protections. With the support and encouragement of the king then, the Ataoja of Osogbo at that time, and the support of the concerned local people, Susan Wenger formed the new Sacred Act movement to challenge land speculators, repel poachers, protect shrines, and begin the long process of bringing the sacred place back to life by establishing it again as the Sacred Heart of Osogbo. Susan Wenger later came to be honored with the title Aduni Olorisha for her custodian efforts and constant devotion to the gods of the grove. Ever since then, the Osun-Osogbo Festival has been celebrated in August at the Grove, attracting thousands of Osun worshippers, spectators, and tourists from all over the world. The 2-week-long program, the festival takes 2 weeks. The traditional cleansing of Osogbo is called Iwopopo, which is followed after 3 days by the lighting of the 500-year-old 16-point lamp called Ina Oloju Merindilogun 16-face lamp. Then comes the Iboriade, an assembly of the crowns of past rulers, the Ataojas of Osogbo, for blessings. The festival culminates in a procession to the shrine of the Sacred Grove, where a large crowd builds up, drumming, dancing, musical performances, wearing elaborate costumes, recitation of praise poetry, add pomp and color to the proceedings. This event is led by the sitting Ataoja of Osogbo, along with a ritualized performer called the Aruba Calabash Carrier, and a committee of priestesses who reenact the very first meeting between Oluwatimileyin and Yeye Osun. Aruba is played by a young woman of a kingly lineage who offered the sacrifice to the deity. Osun-Osogbo Festival is believed to have a history of more than 700 years. Historically, an ancestral occurrence led to the celebration of this festival. Once upon a time, a group of migrants who were led by a great hunter called Olutimeyin settled on the bank of the Osun River to save themselves from famine. On the riverside, Yeye Osun, the river goddess, appeared from the waterfront of Olutimeyin and requested him to lead people to a special place, the present-day Osogbo town. The goddess promised to protect the group and bring them prosperity in return for an annual sacrifice to her. The group accepted the proposition, and today the annual sacrifice to the Osun River Goddess is still celebrated as the Osun-Osogbo Festival. In modern times, August is a month of celebration for the people of Osogbo, and that includes the traditional cleansing of the city and the cultural union of the people with their ancestors, the founders of the Osogbo Kingdom. The Osun-Osogbo Festival itself is, in 2020, the procession was limited to the ritual performance, and public participation was suspended due to COVID-19. The festival is of immense benefit to the tourism sector of Nigeria. It enables the community to sell its culture to tourists coming from both within the country and all over the world. The Osun-Osogbo Festival also serves as a strong unifying factor in Osogbo land, as irrespective of the different social, economic, religious and political convictions of the people, they all come together annually to celebrate the goddess, Yeye Osun. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Nigeria. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Nigeria, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story.
Yeah.
Before it became Blackface Nigeria.
Blackface Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the Blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Nigeria to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Nigeria, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Nigeria to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Nigeria. So it's Blackface Nigeria. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Nigeria. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... You know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense, and it became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah. So Blackface Nigeria, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the media is, the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what someone is not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even invest in themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here.
Room.
And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so our people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. It is because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, What was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
okay. So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver De Coke and Sadibe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, Mini Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Damn. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra, we had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting in Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know? And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's, you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. You so, personal question: your relationship with Innocent, right? Is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efiomogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing
when there was we
had that, but they didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How long
has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty of people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
what you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. Until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that people, they are respecting these people almost. That guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead against 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
Why?
In Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world made them check my profile. Say me better than the let them got myself signed. Mediocre. It's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even
You know, I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote a
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I was too strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then Faze heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then he came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would talk. I said, this guy don't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring Faze into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? At Demola Tokumbo or something, something, VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win Faze.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when Faze was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faze sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put
it off and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faze is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faze. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to
in
take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go, we plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faze right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some, because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's was
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole Hula Baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening. Because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
You're talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Take It Tom.
Ateka couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. Music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died.
2 other members left, speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See,
maybe.
understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white.
No,
screen. They still use
all
those
phones.
old
The
phones,
phones
and we
are
were ahead of
phones,
them.
but I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information, good information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes.
Which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys' media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So
here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair? See the view? Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
The first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys. So
title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
go. Do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like me. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television. the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man.
Through.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Through.
Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Naija, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Naija, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot clear opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the Titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he would erect a business dynasty that would span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray to God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s. Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him as a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. this is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life.
Analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello there and welcome to Market Insights. I am Lavina Emma. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning and we're going to be discussing a recent development in the finance sector, and that is the recent approval by the Securities and Exchange Commission of two cryptocurrency platforms. So the recent approval of crypto exchanges by the Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria has been a significant development. As you know, for years, Nigerian youths have shown immense interest and enthusiasm for cryptocurrencies. However, the lack of regulatory oversight and the associated risk that may have deterred many investors is now going to change. So with SEC's recent approval, these these young individuals can participate in the market with a greater sense of security and confidence. And that's absolutely a wonderful development. Furthermore, this move has the potential to attract more significant foreign investment into Nigeria. As you know, in other developed countries, both whether in Europe or North America, cryptocurrency platforms are being used as a means of exchange for luxury goods and other items. So cryptocurrencies are a global phenomenon, and the SEC's decision signals to international investors that Nigeria is a favorable destination for their capital. So it's a win-win situation for both domestic and foreign investors. And it's also important to note that no investment is without risk. So however, the SEC's approval and oversight might also provide a layer of security that can help to mitigate these risks. As the market matures and the regulatory landscape evolves, we can expect even greater confidence and participation from Nigerian investors. So I have a guest who will discuss this welcome development this morning. He's in the studio with us. So after the break, I will introduce him and we'll talk further about this. So join us after the break. Thank you for watching the program. Now we have a wonderful guest who has joined us in the studio. We've seen him a few times on the program, but we haven't seen him in a long while. But we're happy he's back with us this morning, and that is Mr. Charles Fakroa. He's a well-experienced stockbroker with many years of experience in finance and investment banking, and he's right here in the studio to discuss the SEC's approval of crypto exchanges and how this will also bring in more Nigerian youths into the capital markets. So thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Lavina. It's nice being back here again. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you in the studio. And as usual, putting on your red garb, this is really good to see you again, our consistent stockbroker. So it's really great to have you in the studio this morning.
Yes, I had to run and leave the trading floor. Though the market has opened, we're in continuous trading. Okay. But I said, no, I mean, the exchange to this place, let me just get here on time. So I'm here, no problem.
Okay, this is great. Okay, so before we get right into it, we want to talk about this new welcome development. But okay, yes, I said the Securities and Exchange Commission have granted 2 cryptocurrency platforms approval, and one of them also exchanges our current currency for items, which is also a welcome development. But in the news, it was explained that this is an approval in principle. So what does this mean, an approval in principle?
Yes, thank you very much, Lovina. But before I delve into your question, let me first of all use the opportunity to thank or congratulate SOUQ News Television for that's your feat in terms of your new radio station. It's very wonderful.
Thank
that
you.
Is a 104.9 ILS. I think
yes, the IL FM 104.9.
Yes. That is
thank you for that
radio station to listen to now.
Oh yes.
If you want to get all the benefit of news.
Yes, and it's serving the business community.
Exactly. So I'll continue to advise my colleagues in the capital market, the financial sector as a whole, to begin to look at listen to ILS.
The IL, yes, the IL 104.9. Yes.
104.9 FM. Okay, then. Yes, it's quite alarming. My heart also goes to the people of Borno State for the flood that is ravaging that beautiful town of Maiduguri and its environs. So, and with the government officials on ground now, I think they will really do a lot to assist those who have been affected by the flood. Yes.
Okay.
Now, coming back to your question, yes, you were talking about, you know, when I listen to the news and I see that a lot of people are talking about cryptocurrency, blockchain, digital assets, you know, and all that, it is not something new. And I must also congratulate the current DG of SEC, that is
Dr.
Emomoti Agama,
yes,
you know, because he has shown that he is a core professional. He has shown that, yes, with all these reforms, Not that these reforms are new, but implementing them, that's the issue. So we're happy that they've given some approval. You said approval in principle. That is crypto exchanges.
Yes.
So you see, everything boils down to technology. And when we are talking about fintech, financial technology. So you can see that for quite a long time, the SEC and operators in the market have been improving their digital technology because there must be a foundation for all these products to really fly. You can't just come with an announcement and when you don't have the foundation. I will tell you, as far back as 2020, Securities and Exchange Commission has done quite a lot when it comes to their digital infrastructure. And in fact, even for operators, I will tell you because I was involved in so many of the trainings, they have put in place technology, processes, and they are just ready for any investment that will benefit the Nigerian capital market, the economy, like you have said, foreign investors, and also deepening the Nigerian capital market. So that approval that was given, you were talking of approval in principle.
Yes.
Yes. The issue there is you have to approve the exchanges. Now, the infrastructure is being provided, but you also need to now, register the people that are going to be using that exchange. So that is one thing to have the exchange being approved. Another thing, you now need to have the operators, which is very key because you can have the exchange being approved. What about the operators? Do they have that competence to operate using those exchanges? And it's everything technology. We are talking of our young people. And I am so excited because I will just tell you, as far back as 2020, I was called upon to design a 2-day training program on cryptocurrency. And I must tell you, do I really know anything about cryptocurrencies at that time? Not really. But you see, the good thing about capacity building is people will have done it before. So I did my research and I came up with a lot of content. When we're talking about introduction to the cryptocurrency, we need to know what cryptocurrency is all about. And I was amazed as to the young persons who attended that program. They were even the one teaching, in terms of how they've been operating in this cryptocurrency space, blockchain and all that. They told me types of cryptocurrency, the mechanism of trading that currency. They also but what I discovered, as a trainer, the legalities of the cryptocurrency was not there. They were not aware of any legal issues and all that, regulatory issues for them. It was just what they call peer-to-peer.
Yes.
They don't want any regulation and all that. So now with SEC having what we call RegTech, that is regulatory technology, where yes, young persons come, fintech come, explain this thing to us. We need to understand it, at least have the basis, so that we can give informed regulatory environment for it. And that's what SEC had just done. And I must give kudos to the people in SEC because these things are not easy.
Yes.
Trying to understand the minds of these young people and also trying to understand the technology that goes with it. Then for my colleagues, in fact, I say kudos because we know that the infrastructure, they already have it. The issue now is to train senior brokers or brokers generally to begin to approach. And you can see that they are ever ready to learn. And you can see the crop of young traders that we train today, all this is incorporated in their curriculum. So we are seeing that, yes, the Nigerian stock broker that are being trained by the SEC, NGX, and other trading exchanges are really ready. They have that capacity now, but more still needs to be done.
Okay, now when you say do they have the competence, are you referring to the people who run these exchange platforms, that's the digital exchange platforms, or are you referring to the Securities and Exchange Commission?
For the SEC, they have the capacity. For those who run it, they also have the capacity. But you see, training and retraining is a continuous thing. Continuous learning is there. And we will learn from those other clients that have done it before, and we are seeing the benefits. Again, like you mentioned in your intro, there's no investment without risks. So there are a lot of risks involved in this. So, but the good thing there is the technology, the platform has been put in place to mitigate some of these risks. And that is why, you see, SEC, I so love their regulatory framework. Before they come and announce anything, a lot of pilot has been. And if you are involved in some of this, you would think everything is 100%. But yet, they have not come to the public to announce. So when they are telling you approval in principle, everything has been done. They just want to see, because there's one thing to everything is ready. Now, when you begin to implement, of course, you must see one or two issues here and there. Yeah. So kudos to SEC. And I must tell you, yes, the regulators are really ready. They have the capacity. And of course, those who are going to be operating these exchanges are also very, very ready.
Okay, now the DG of SEC, that's Dr. Emomotimi Agama, said that this decision was influenced by global trades in digital finance. And like I mentioned, in other Western countries, people are using cryptocurrencies to actually purchase goods and use it as a means of payment. And one of the platforms that was recently also approved allows Nigerians to do that. Now, looking at this new approval from SEC, do you think that they would make it more legal for Nigerians to use cryptocurrencies to buy items here in this country?
Yes. If you look at the space, I wouldn't say it's just cryptocurrency space. It's digital assets, virtual money. Now, there were some issues between the CBN and SEC when it came to regulation and all that, Now, CBN was saying these things are money. So they have that regulatory preview. Now, SEC is also seeing it as assets. These are virtual assets. So as far back as 2020, SEC already came up with a framework how to regulate virtual assets. So there were some issues with them and with the CBN, and of course everything was resolved, and that's why you are seeing today SEC has given approval, and some are also waiting regulatory approval. Now, for the uses of these exchanges, there are so many things. You can use it to raise funds. You can use it to, like you have said, buy luxury items. You can even use for real estate. You can use for so many things. But it is just as simple as buying and selling. It's an exchange. And the exchange is there, providing the platform. The operators, those who are going to be operating, usually are going to be mostly young persons. They will also be giving, they already have that training themselves, but they will just be giving that regulatory framework. Anti-money laundering is very key. Know your customer. Now, when all these things are in place, it becomes easy for SEC to now regulate virtual assets or virtual asset operators or the virtual asset exchange providers. All these will have their own guidelines. It's already there. So when you are coming to that space, you already know what you want to do. One of the companies that are waiting regulatory approval is the housing exchange. That is going to contribute a lot in terms of housing development in the country. But the challenges are there, which is...
But before we talk about the challenges, please, I want to ask you this now. How will this decision impact Nigeria's capital markets?
Very straightforward. One, the market is now being deepened because some maybe foreign investors or even Nigerian investors will say, oh, the Nigerian capital market is not deep enough. But we are telling them that the Nigerian capital market is deep, but it can still be deepened. And with all these products coming, virtual products coming, it's going to further deepen the Nigerian capital market. At the same time, provide another avenue for different asset classes to be traded, which is going to be meeting the needs of the Gen Zs. I don't know if I'm correct using that word.
Yes,
the young people, yes. Because you need to meet them where they are. In our own days, when we started this market, you fill a lot of forms, fill form, do this, a lot of paperwork and all that. But I will tell you now, the young persons we are having coming to say they want to start buying shares, that is the basic plain vanilla, they are, I won't say they are impatient, but they are so energetic. They don't want you to waste their time. So right there on their phone, they are opening their accounts, providing all the necessary documents, KYC and all that. But we have to say, okay, you guys are very fast, but hold on, we need to do some of these few things. Okay, KYC, yes, we need to do it, anti-money laundering, because we need to ensure that, because these risks, they are still there. So we need to put things in place to mitigate some of these risks. So we are following these young persons, I don't want to use the word Gen Z again, so that we attract them to the market. They also attract their friends, and you can see that, yes, that's their creative mind can now be harnessed for proper utilization, not only for the capital market deepening, but also for the economy at large, and at the same time, youth engagement.
Okay, well, as you know, the DG of SEC, that's Dr. Agama, he also mentioned that this new development in the Nigerian financial system is also to attract more young people. And President Tinubu wants more young people to come into our Nigerian financial market. So now, how do you think this will positively impact Nigerian youths? As you rightfully mentioned, a lot of them are already in tune with cryptocurrencies and other digital assets. But how do you think this will positively impacts them in?
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I'll just use platform to also say that before the end of this month, I'll be speaking somewhere in Port Harcourt. I'm talking of positive technology, okay, reducing cybercrime and wealth creation. So you can see that, and my audience are basically going to be youths. Now, I will tell you, in one of my engagements with these youths, I want to mention his name. He was able to demonstrate on my phone that, in fact, I had the arrangement with him because I heard that he's without any degree, a smart kid. He was able to demonstrate on my phone how to send me an alert.
Wow. Okay.
And I saw the alert and I said, come, this is a skill. It's a young person. He said he just left high school, secondary school, about 2 years ago. Now, and his colleagues, such kind of youth, we can harness their potential to this cryptocurrency, digital assets,
yeah.
And with SEC providing that regulatory purview, you can see that they are making use of technology in the positive light, and which is one of my goals, to ensure that as much youth as possible get involved in finances. And the only way we can attract them is by digital assets, which is what SEC has done. And I'm still going to be commending SEC because I know somebody will say you cannot teach an old dog a new skill. But you can see that both the regulators, both the operators, my colleague, and others will discover that we are ever ready to learn. So as me, I'm going for that conference now. I'm already opening my mind for the new things I'm going to be learning from these youths. Of course, I will be the facilitator in terms of wealth creation using digital assets. Instead of them converting that energy to negative vice in our society, causing a lot of problem, those energies can be harnessed and used for positive in the Nigerian economy. And of course, once the youths are involved in nation building, they take it to the next level.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes. Well said. Thank you for that, Mr. Charles. Now, what safeguards are in place to protect investors in this crypto market, or let me say this digital assets platform?
Okay, SEC has already come up with guidelines, not just to regulate the exchanges, but regulating the people that are going to be operating on that exchange. So it's like the framework is like any other SEC regulatory purview. The infrastructure provider will be regulated in terms of the quality of the infrastructure, the quality of their staff that will be running that exchange. Then, of course, those persons that will be operating on the exchange, maybe these are our youth, will also be registered. They will also go through some form of training, that is understanding the basis of some of these regulation. That is, you need to do KYC, you need to make all the arrangement for anti-money laundering and all that. So all this is just being put in place to ensure that as we are, using the potentials of this youth, at the same time, we are safeguarding the risks that are associated with virtual asset trading. Because if I tell you here that there are no risks, I'll just be deceiving myself. There will be challenges, there will be risks, but the most important thing for the financial sector and the capital market, we are good at mitigating risks.
Okay, well said. Now, you've mentioned a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built. So, what kind of infrastructure should SEC and other regulatory bodies build to manage these challenges and opportunities that this new digital assets will present?
Okay, it's nothing that's new. The technology is all over the place, and one thing I like the market is, I'll give an example. As a trader, we're using Horizon as a software to trade. And when we discovered that the people that built this Horizon have moved on, there are issues of maintenance. Now, new ones came up. We had to invite them to Nigeria here to train our traders. I was part of the people that trained our traders here, and we moved into the new platform we are using. And we took some time to ensure that over 2,000 brokers were trained on that new platform. So a similar thing can be done. And it's already going on. In fact, it has been concluded because all the infrastructure, all the technology, all the software that are needed for this to take off is already being done and tested. SEC, what they call is a technology sandbox. All this technology has been tested. All what is required is in place now. It is only left for implementation. And SEC and the operators are trying to see that they don't start something and at the end of the day, we're having issues. So that is why, so coming to your question, yes, all the infrastructure is in place. The technology, the issues, everything is on ground when it comes to virtual assets and cryptocurrency, everything is on ground. However, I am not telling you that there are not going to be challenges.
Yes, I was going to ask you that, please.
There will be challenges.
What kind of challenges?
There will be challenges in terms of, I have just mentioned it, the challenges of KYC.
Yes, that's very important.
It's an issue. And that is why the operators will need to do a lot of KYC, for people you are buying for and people you are selling for some of the digital assets. We just need to know so that people don't use those kind of platforms to launder money at the same time, begin to finance terrorism.
Yes. That's very true. Okay, now looking at this new arrangement, yes, we all welcome it. It's something wonderful. Now, how can these crypto exchange platforms, or like you said, whether it's crypto exchange or blockchains, now, how can they complement the traditional capital market instruments?
Okay, there is no competition there. And I don't even believe in competition, because if you create wealth via competition, that's not real wealth. If you want to create wealth, you have to be creative. You make money being creative, not competing with somebody. The universe is large for everybody. And for the traditional capital market, yes, they will still be there. But I don't understand what you say. What is traditional capital market? Today, I can be in your studio. During the break, I can trade right from my phone. So is that traditional again?
No, it's not traditional.
So even old people like us too, old brokers, everybody has keyed in to the digital platform. As I speak to you, I have also done it. From my village, I was trading. We have persons who come for our training from Canada, from the US. So you can see that we have all embraced that digital landscape and there is no going back. However, from time to time, this is my personal opinion, yes, we want to see our faces. So once in a while, we invite people to come to the floor and we just see and fraternize and sometimes maybe gossip here and there.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Charles. Now, let's take a break now. When we return, we're going to still discuss the benefits of this to our young people in Nigeria, and also not just the young people alone, also our older generation, to how they can tap into this and how they can protect themselves from fraud. So join us after the break.
In today's fast-paced world, Staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Many thanks for watching the program. Now we are discussing the recent approval by the Securities and Exchange Commission of crypto exchange platforms and other digital assets, and how we can engage Nigerian youths in our country, especially in the capital market. And to discuss these issues with me, I have I have Mr. Charles Bakura, a well-experienced stockbroker, a well-experienced financial investment analyst with over 20 years of experience in Nigeria's financial sector. So thank you so much, Mr. Charles, for sharing your insights into this discussion. Now, okay, yes, we've talked about the risk of this. Now, looking at other countries, I mentioned earlier on that other countries of the world, whether you're in North America or in Europe, that they have already started using different digital assets to purchase goods and use it as a means of payment. And now in Nigeria, we haven't really started that in very, very wide range, even though one of the crypto platforms is already engaging in this, and with some regulations from SEC. Now, how does the SEC's approval compare to other regulatory frameworks in other countries of the world?
Yes, thank you very much. The SEC, they don't just regulate in isolation. There is this SOUQ, and the International Organization of Securities Commission, which our SEC Nigeria is also part of.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. International
Organization of Securities Commission.
Okay, international.
Yes. So they are responsible for regulation of the securities market all over the world. So SEC Nigeria is also tapping from that organization because we're a member, and the regulations they are going to be putting in place, or what they are putting in place, is in line with the global regulation when it comes to these digital assets. Okay, so you can see that Yes, in some countries, at first they accepted, but after some time they said no. But you can say that with this IOSCO in place now, all these regulations are going to be harmonized. So Nigerian SEC is already collaborating. So if there are review changes here and there, the Nigerian SEC is also going to review our own. And we're going to be suing a global regulatory framework, because we can only achieve financial inclusion when there is collaboration all over the world. Because securities in Nigeria is also securities in other clients. And if we are looking at a global issue in terms of anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, regulations has to be harmonized globally, so that you don't say some countries are safe havens for some of these assets, and when there are loopholes in their regulation, people can take advantage and do certain things that are not required, maybe anti-money laundering, money laundering, financing of terrorism and all that. So yes, from what we have in SEC now, is in line with global regulatory framework.
Okay. Now, how does the SEC plan to ensure that crypto exchanges comply with regulatory standards?
Okay. They are, in fact, that is the business of SEC, to protect investors in the Nigerian capital market. And one of their main function is compliance. And every operator, you know that SEC is synonymous with compliance, because an enforcement, not just to tell you to comply, but they will also tell you that you just need to comply, and they will need to enforce it. Now, their approach has been very, very good, because it's collaboration. Before any rules, regulation comes out, they throw it out to the stakeholders. Everybody look at it, make input. So that when you see that new regulation, it will not be something new. So that approach has been working, and I will encourage them, when it comes to this crypto, they're going to be doing the same thing. So the enforcement, compliance and enforcement is key. And in fact, there is a full department from SEC that does that. Then they also develop the market. That is one of their key roles. And they cannot develop the market alone. Operators like myself, the media like you people, are also involved when it comes to capital market development. And SEC is at the forefront, in terms of developing the market. So as they are developing the market, they are also ensuring that rules and regulations are adhered to strictly. And if there are issues of infractions, of course, it is obvious the penalties are there, but they are not always trying to say use the big hammer. That's why they do a lot of enlightenment, awareness for operators, and even also for investors, so that you are aware, So by the time they are coming for that enforcement, you already know that, yes, you have actually done something wrong, because they give you a lot of leverage. And even in terms of dispute resolution in the capital market, generally, not only on crypto, they tell you need to engage with your customers first. So if as a trader, there are issues between me and one of the Gen Zs now,
or the younger generation.
Or the younger generation of these traders, yes, then we have to resolve it. And if both parties are not, or a party is not satisfied, then you can take it up to your trade union. From there, you can take it up to, maybe the SEC and all that. So regulatory framework is in place when it comes to compliance and enforcement. It is already there. So SEC is just going to be applying it to these crypto exchanges. The only challenge we might be seeing there is enough manpower. That could be an issue, yes, because you need manpower to really make this enforcement. And I know that SEC, with their training school, they are training quite a lot of people within, and also some of the new intakes they will be taking. Of course, they will go through their own Capital Market Institute, and all these things are being taken care of there. So we just want to encourage a lot of young people to take interest in the capital market as a career, so that we have enough manpower that will be ready and positioned to take the Nigerian capital market and the Nigerian economy to the next level. You know, we need to build a $1 trillion economy,
Oh,
and
certainly.
the capital market
Yes,
needs to be at the forefront.
yes,
for
yes.
that.
That's where we're all looking at now. We know that technology is going to be used more often in the future, and we know, like we've mentioned earlier on, our younger generation, they are quite knowledgeable with all the technological skills. Now, with our older generation, now I'm quite sure when the more this is being regulated, the more they are calling for investors, the more they are saying, okay, you can actually use this digital assets to purchase goods. How do we enlighten the older generation of the benefits of this, and also protect them from scams and all sorts of risks that this digital assets are known for?
Thank you very much. That is even the core of this our discussion. Change is a very difficult thing, but it's the only thing that is constant.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that for any new thing that is coming, we have come to realize as trainers that it is the beginning that is difficult. After that initial phase, the older generations like ourselves, and even those older than me, will now begin to appreciate it. Because let's even go basis. If you tell the old farmer in the village, an old woman, that she can get information on her phone concerning where she can get fertilizer, the little things she can plant and all that on her phone, and you just tell her, just dial 566 as said, and she tries it, you demonstrate, and she sees it, you know, then after one or two trials, you see that she will buy into it. And that is financial inclusion. So coming to your question, intergenerational, how would I put it now? Intergenerational commitments, you know, people interacting will play off. Because you will tell me that the younger ones are open to new technology as compared to the older ones. But what is the essence of that technology? Make things easier for everybody. So if the older generations also see that this technology is going to be making things easy for them, faster for them, why won't they want to buy into it? But the issue there is, like I was telling some of these crypto experts, young people then, I said, if you do these things in hiding, all this technology in hiding, then if you know that what you are doing is really genuine, then come out, explain to people like us, who will be able to see it very well, buy into it, and now take it to the next level, so that the regulators, the government, everybody will now say, wow, this is good. But if you now begin to do it on your own, there are so many things they do on their phone, which myself I can't even do. But by the time they come up openly, and of course, they need to trust the older generations too. That is also key. And I have applied that in some of my financial inclusion program that I get involved into, because especially with the GMO. After the whole program, which I MC, I'll make an announcement. I want to see some of the young persons that are here so that we can talk one-on-one. And we talk, and I'm amazed as to the kind of creative ideas they are bringing to this investment. And so we learn from them. So the issue is, financial inclusion is not just only for people in the villages or older people. It's also for other young persons. The most important thing there is their mind. How do we begin to have them to have that kind of mindset, that they will see a bigger picture, how to use that technology to cause impacts in their environment, at the same time engage them meaningfully, so that they can see that they can make money legally using this technology. And at the end of the day, the issue of cybercrime, the issue of what do you call it, is it Yahoo Yahoo now, and other things, will be reduced to the barest minimum, because it's the same energy, it's the same ingenuity they are using to do this thing. So it's just a matter of harnessing that energy for positive use. Like I always believe that energy is positive. It depends on how you make use of it. There is only one power, and that power flows to the universe. Is what you make use of it. You can use it to do evil, you can use it to do good. So we should be looking at using this, their ingenuity, to create positive outcome. I mean, just like electricity now, you can Electricity can be used to electrocute somebody. Electricity can provide all this power for us. So depends on the usage. So the same applies to this young person. It's a matter of their mindset. How do we focus their mindsets so that they begin to see the need to use technology in a positive way? And I tell you, they will buy into it. I will see an improvement in our digital economy.
Okay, well said, Mr. Charles. Thank you for that. Now, I'm looking at this new development. We've seen, yes, you've mentioned all the benefits, all the advantages of these things now. So, now, how would you, like looking as a well-experienced stockbroker as yourself now, what would you recommend that the SEC should do to ensure that these digital assets platforms don't pose any risk to our economy or to our future investors? As the reason I'm asking this is because in the past we've heard about how some digital platforms were influencing the sale of when Naira was selling against other foreign currencies.
Okay,
We've seen all
Binance.
those issues, and yes, concerning Binance. So we've seen all these issues. So how can SEC protect our economy? Because the more this is out there, the more we can use these digital assets. People will keep wondering if it's going to influence our Naira. So let me get your thoughts on this.
Yes, I share that fear too. About the use of these digital exchanges so that they don't cause issues in our economy. Because from experience, the government have seen some of them. Again, it goes back to regulation. Once you have that strong regulatory framework in place and is being enforced, that is the most important thing. And again, I will go back to SEC. Their regulatory framework is there are regular intervals. You make your returns, you make your reports, and from time to time, their officers come and see what you are doing. And in fact, with the improvement in this technology, they can even be in the offices and monitor what happens in some of these exchanges. So that monitoring surveillance is key. And again, I will tell you, they have the capacity. Because if they can do it for the already existing exchanges, it's a matter of just doing some tweaking here and there. It will also apply to these cryptocurrency exchanges. It is doable. They can do it. And they also know that it's for the benefit of the economy. Because if we have issues, an exchange is encouraging a lot of unusual trades, and people are using your exchange to commit so many fraud, then it's also a failure of regulation. Because if that exchange is properly regulated, then of course we won't have issues. But at the same time, again, that the public has to understand, apart from the SEC doing regulation, you also have what we call self-regulatory organization. So some of these exchanges are also going to be self-regulatory. So they are also going to regulate the people that are using their platform. So you can see that, like from your intro, there is two layers of regulation. That is, the first layer is the SRO themselves. That is self-regulation organization. That is the exchanges themselves. They will regulate their members, those who are using their platform. Then SEC will also be the second level. So you can see that with what we have on ground, if it's implemented, we'll not have so much issue. At the same time, again, there is no system that is 100% perfect. So we're going to be having issues here and there. But the most important thing is, once those things happen, then we know where and what to do. I'll give you a typical example. Coming down locally. Now, in the past, before, you do certain things as a trader, your clients might not be aware. But today, by the time you say, okay, the person says, buy or sell for me, as you are on the machine using the infrastructure, bam, 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 you have bought, enter, you have bought. The investor is getting updates. In the past, it wasn't like that. So you can see that that has been made possible by improved financial technology. So, yes, the SEC and the SROs, even the operators, have a big responsibility to ensure that everybody plays by the book, and we emphasize integrity and ethics, professionalism, so that we protect the investor. What are your key watchword for me as a trader is investors protection. I need to protect my client. I need to protect the investor. And if, as an operator, you also found one thing, there are mechanisms to also take care of that operator. So you can see that everything is in place. But of course, like I said, no system is 100% perfect. There will be issues around there. That's why we have the IST, which is also a creation of law. That is Investment and Security Tribunal. So if you have used all the mechanism on ground, you're not satisfied, you have used the SEC APC, you're not satisfied, then the matter goes to IST. So investors, even foreign investors, are assured that when there are issues, then there are laid down mechanisms for this dispute to be resolved. You get to IST, and if you're not satisfied with IST, then of course you cannot take it to appeal courts. If you're not satisfied, of course, you go to the Supreme Court. So yes, these measures are on ground, they're in place. So the regulatory, that is the exchanges themselves, have to put in place their own measures to ensure that their members act with integrity.
Okay, now we're going to round up the program in a short while now, but in a few words now, can you just tell us what is the future outlook for crypto adoption and regulation in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you very much. I must say that, Lovina, is it that the content that I used in training, it's about 4 years ago. The last topic was the future of cryptocurrency. Because to tell you that, yes, we have seen these things, we have looked at it and said, how is it going to be? For me, I see cryptocurrency, not just only cryptocurrency, you know, they tell you of Bitcoin, Ethereum, initial coin offering. In the future, what I see is proper regulation. I see innovation. I also see more and more people embracing it because that is the only way to go. But when we as operators, we talk about cryptocurrency, blockchain, digital currency, we are talking about financial technology, how it can be improved to make trading seamless, both from the operator and also the clients. Then even for the regulator, so that they can see everything is transparent. And that is what I see going into the future, a seamless trading for digital assets, at the same time an improvement in the existing technology we use today.
Thank you so much for your time this morning, Mr. Charles Fakura, and sharing your insights on how this new development by Nigeria Securities and Exchange Commission will definitely impact on the Nigerian youth and also engage them positively in our capital market system. Many thanks for sharing your inputs into this, and I look forward, or rather, we look forward to having you again on the program Market Insights. Many thanks for joining us this morning. Okay, now let's look at the money markets this morning, the dollars, pound sterling, and the euro, how it's selling this morning. So we're looking at the Central Bank of Nigeria rates and the parallel markets rates. So for today, Wednesday, 11th September, the dollar is currently selling at, this is the CBN rates, 1,575 naira to $1. And at the parallel markets rate, it is selling for 1,651 naira to $1. For the pound sterling at the CBN rate, it is selling at 2,093 naira to £1 sterling. At the parallel market rate, it's selling at 2,162 naira to £1 sterling. For the euro, it's selling at 1,771 naira to €1. And at the parallel market, it is selling for 1,816 naira to €1. So those are our money market figures this morning. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights, and we look forward to more innovations in our capital market system and overall in our economy in the future. Do stay tuned to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am your host, Lovina Emma.
Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Today, we journey through the history of Nigeria's past Central Bank of Nigeria governors, Roy Pentalo Fenton. Our story begins with Roy Pentalo Fenton, a British banker who became the first governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria in 1958. Fenton's role was foundational. He laid the framework from the institution and established policies to stabilize the newly independent nation's economy. Aliyu Mai Borno. In 1963, Aliyu Mai Borno became Nigeria's first indigenous governor. Mai Borno focused on building the Nigerian banking system and ensuring financial accessibility for citizens, helping to extend the reach of banking services across the country. Clement Young Isong. Clement Isong's tenure saw Nigeria through the Civil War era, maintaining economic stability despite great adversity. Known for prudent fiscal management, Isong introduced measures to safeguard Nigeria's reserve, which supported the economy during challenging times. Adamu Shiroma. Adamu Shiroma, the fourth CBN governor, implemented reforms that prioritized Nigeria's financial independence. His leadership advanced local financial policies and boosted Nigerian economic sovereignty during a period of rapid global change. Ola Vincent was instrumental in strengthening Nigeria's banking system. His policies were targeted towards achieving price stability and moderating inflation, helping lay the groundwork for a resilient banking sector. Abdul Qadir Ahmed. During Nigeria's economic challenges of the 1980s, Abdul Qadir Ahmed led the CBN for over a decade. His efforts included managing Nigeria's debt and implementing the Structural Adjustment Program (SAP), which had long-lasting effects on the Nigerian economy. Paul Onguma, the first governor under Nigeria's Fourth Republic, focused on reforms to modernize the financial sector, improving CBN's operational efficiency and enhancing regulatory oversight in a time of political transition. Joseph Sanusi ushered in the new millennium, initiating key banking sector reforms. His work focused on transparency and improving Nigeria's banking system, setting the stage for a more stable and robust financial environment. Charles Soludo's tenure marked a transformative period with his sweeping bank consolidation program, reducing the number of banks from 89 to 25. Soludo's initiative strengthened banks' capital base, making them more competitive on a global scale. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, known for his outspokenness, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi introduced major reforms to curb corruption within the banking sector. His bold moves stabilized the sector and emphasized the importance of accountability and transparency. Godwin Emefiele. During Godwin Emefiele's tenure, Nigeria faced economic downturn caused by global oil price fluctuations and the COVID-19 pandemic. Emefiele's policies focus on stabilizing the naira, promoting local production, and launching various intervention programs to support small and medium enterprises. Folashodun Shonubi was appointed as acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria by President Bola Tinubu. He took charge in a period marked by digital innovation and pressing financial challenges. His focus includes advancing digital finance while working to further stabilize the economy. Yemi Cardoso. President Bola Tinubu on September 15, 2023, appointed Yemi Cardoso as the new Central Bank of Nigeria's governor. He has initiated several reforms to stabilize the naira and pay the backlog of international airlines trap funds. Each governor has navigated unique economic tides, shaping Nigeria's financial landscape in pivotal ways. As Nigeria looks towards the future, the legacy of these leaders endures, serving as both a foundation and inspiration for the next guardians of the Central Bank of Nigeria. However, it is baffling that despite Nigeria's strides, a woman has never held this critical office. Why? Structural barriers, deeply rooted gender biases, and cultural expectations have limited female representation in top financial positions. Although women like Sarah Alade serve as acting governor and prove capable, a full-time female governor has yet to be appointed. The absence of female leadership in this role is a reflection of broader challenges faced by women in Nigeria's financial sector. But as more women break barriers, perhaps it is only a matter of time before we witness the first woman as a Central Bank of Nigeria governor. A milestone that would echo far beyond the central bank, symbolizing progress and inclusivity in Nigeria's journey. Juvi Ufiene, SOUQ News TV.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product GDP, has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrate our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Sime, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyali Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigeria's sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, with Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kanu Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinationals and having over 3,000 employees, apart from indirect employees. These local companies are pushing the products for Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigeria economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olawi.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance and stockbroking to present a tax identification number (TIN) before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. So about this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places. Before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your tin. And if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is a federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government. And they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If they can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes, people where they hide their money or under-declare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have to be narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identify what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirement, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians they pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This is my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960. 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA BUA International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, BUA International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabir Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabir was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 Naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 Naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion Naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion Naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV,
the best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need the same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. On a protest must be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because Ebin Power.
The cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating cost and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, argue the wire people.
President Tinubu, look, help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
You cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Over the past 20 years, the band has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, the band's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark its 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to its enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, the band's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of D'banj as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, D'banj officially began his music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, D'banj and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shonaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, D'banj began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, D'banj scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of D'banj's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, D'banj, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on D'banj. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal, as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between D'banj and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, D'banj and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their Mo Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged D'banj's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with D'banj's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. D'banj, after dissolving his partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. D'banj teamed up with Akon on 2 songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga, and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. D'banj music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, D'banj marked his 20th year with the release of the entertainer The Squirrel, and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. D'banj has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Act at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Cocoa Master, D'banj, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
You don't have to be like an household name, like a big superstar before you make ends meet through music.
Welcome to Inside Life this week, and usually we have a special guest each time we're talking to you on this show. My name is Hans Mba, and I'm always excited to bring you someone that is special. You know, on the show, we bring you people that are doing things that are changing the game from the most minute way to the largest of ways. This week, we got the one, the only, he's none other than Biode Cyrus. I hope I got that name right.
Biode Serious.
Sorry?
Biode Serious.
Biode, not Biode.
Biode.
Biode Serious.
Serious, yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Okay.
Because I think I'm from the school of thought that your name precedes you, right?
Definitely.
So when people say your name, it should be easy to take away. Even advertising, they'll tell you it should be something that's memorable, something that you want to go with.
Oh, true.
So tell us, what informed the name?
Okay, the Biode is from, yeah, my government name is Abiodun. So the Biode is from Abiodun, yeah, it's a B-I-O-D. Then serious among, if you like familiar with astrology and astronomy, amongst the stars, the brightest of the star, the dog star, it's called Sirius. So that's why
So how do you spell that?
S-I-R-I-U-S.
Sirius.
Yes,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
S-I-R-I-U-S.
So I thought it was like serious.
Okay, like so serious.
No.
Okay.
Actually, there's also serious the radio.
XM, yeah, yes, most definitely.
No,
yes.
nice. So introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Just give us a background about you, not the music now. Just who you are and what you do.
Okay. My government name is Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State.
Why do people keep saying government name? I don't know, man. Government don't own my name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the register. That's the name I register with, like, or any official. So I want to do.
Yeah. My name, you're my full name. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State. I've been like, I'm a fiend for art, poetry. I'm a banker also. So
hope you're not in trouble for being on this show.
Never there. Never there.
Because they're like, okay, now you have to focus. You have to choose us, or you choose.
No. I'm actually like on leave at the moment, so that's why I'm doing this.
So you're a banker.
Yes, I am.
What did you study?
I actually studied mass. I have a diploma in mass communication. I have a degree in English language.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
2 of them. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell us about what's new with you. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, I have an EP that's going to be out.
New music.
Yes, new music. Like yes, so it's a body of work. Yes, it's a body of work. So
what is it called?
Memos of a Maverick. Yeah, like diary. Like it's just a compilation of my story, like along the way of a Maverick.
Yes. Members of a Maverick.
Yes.
So you're a Maverick?
Well, I believe so.
Okay. Why do you think you are?
It's actually like my group head that actually called me that there was we got a new group head like 2 years ago. So he had like this one-on-one convo with us, like meeting us.
Yes.
Then he started asking for like our forte, you know, what we are good at, and I told him like I'm a film for writing.
Push, taku, express. Push, reggae, water, don't boss. Push, your game too short, my nigga, push. We are push, if you ain't push. Watermelon, you know, push.
Like I'm a book buff. Like when I was in school, I used to write like journals and all that, you know, poetry, you know, which has to do with music. So I said like, oh, that's interesting. They say seemed like a Maverick, and you know that name stuck in my head. And I was like, okay, when I'm dropping my first body of work, I'm going to use that. No, I know about Dallas
You
Maverick.
see why you shouldn't have said that? You know why? Because you owe him some money now.
Probably.
Because when you blow up, he's going to come for you.
Yeah, I mean, no problem.
Right?
It's something I can afford. Yeah.
All right. So are you selling, or you just streaming and just let streaming platforms just do whatever they want with your money?
I'm actually selling. There's a platform called.
When is it coming? Sorry. When is it coming? First?
Okay, the one you can purchase.
Or is it out now?
No, it's not out yet. Actually, you can just pre-order and pre-save. So for you to procure the EP, you can go to Bandcamp. It's going to be out on the 26th of October. That's the Saturday. It's coming Saturday. But on the streaming platforms, it's actually distributed by Rock Nation. It's going to be out on the 1st of November. Yes.
Do you have a deal with them?
It's just a distribution deal. No, not at all. That's yes. So
that sounds like Rock Nation. So who are you working with on Rock Nation?
Rock Nation, it's just the management, it's just the distribution company.
No. Like who reached out to you, or you reached out to them? How did that come about? Because I usually ask these questions because we want one of the reasons for the show is we want artists, we want people to learn. Not just artists, but what did this person do differently from what I have been doing?
Okay.
Even activists, what are things, what are ways to step, what are ways not to step?
Okay.
Or many times people are in a rut, or people are in a there's writer's block and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How do I proceed from there? So when they hear the other person's story, they know how to, proceed. Yes, so that's why.
I get you. Okay, I followed them on social media, Rock Nation as a label and all that. So I learned that they just started a distro. So I wanted to choose United Masters. You know, United Masters is headed by Steve Stout.
Affiliates, Steve Stout.
Steve Stout, yes. So yes, then Jay-Z like owns Rock Nation. So I tried to like just suppose I read, look, okay, this is what United Master I have to offer. This was Rock Nation has to offer. Pardon me. So
we've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Creativity is an extensive and powerful form of expression, especially for children, who often pour out their imagination onto paper in spontaneous and inhibited ways, whether intentional or free form. Their art captures raw emotions, thoughts and experiences that words might struggle to convey. This sense of unfiltered expression was central to the recent Hope Blooms Art of Bravery exhibition at the TCA Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. In partnership with the Children Living with Cancer Foundation, the exhibition showcased a collection of artworks that reflected the bravery, resilience, creativity, and inner worlds of children living with cancer, most of which emerged from art therapy workshops at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUT, where children were encouraged as they explore themes of hope, survival, and friendship. The compositions, spontaneous expressions, doodles, sketches, and vibrant experiments all allowed these young artists to let their feelings flow onto the canvas. These creations, which at times might seem awkward in appearance to some individuals, carries profound meaning, as the co-curator of the gallery, Phoebe Jeffrey Broha, commended the children's artistic outputs, acknowledging that these works are far more than playful creations. They represent vital channels of self-expression, helping the children navigate their emotions and finding comfort through their creativity.
The pieces for this particular exhibition were created during the workshops. As I mentioned before, we really wanted to focus on the joy that a lot of the children like to create and express. So this particular piece, for example, I believe was made by 3 children all at once. We very often see that the kids love to collaborate on pieces together. So something that is quite important to us is to track which child made which piece, how old they are, capturing the intent and the story behind the piece as well. And this piece in particular really stuck out to us, so this is the central piece for the exhibition. The Cancer Foundation has been around for 20 years now. The founder is Dr. Neka Nwobi, and they're very multifaceted, so their focus is on childhood cancer research. There's not a lot of research out there specifically about childhood cancer. Their second thing is supporting the families. So parents and siblings go through a number of things when a child has cancer. First of all, there's very intensive treatment such as chemotherapy. Very often they end up losing their jobs during the time that their child is receiving treatment because they don't have access to be able to care for their child and go to work. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is helping to pay for cancer treatments as well.
The exhibition's theme, Hope Blooms, captured the idea that creativity can flourish even in the face of adversity. Through their artwork, the children not only communicated their hopes and struggles, but also built a sense of community, forming friendships that support them on their journey. The event aimed to raise awareness and funds, with proceeds directed towards initiatives that provide essential care and resources to children battling cancer.
These 2 particular pieces are part of a 4-part series that the Children's Art Gallery did in the workshop that we did with the Cancer Foundation at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. These in particular are calligraphy prints. Something that we really tried to focus on when we're doing the workshops is educating with intent. So instead of just saying, oh, this is how you paint, we're looking at, okay, what do kids need that kind of builds their educational blocks. And we also look at cultural ties as well, so maybe teaching about traditional crafts that aren't typically covered in schooling. So now with the calligraphy prints, the method directly kind of ties into the method of how you would make batik fabrics or adire fabrics, for example. So calligraphy prints are blocks that you take and then you tie various things around them like strings or different 3D elements, and then you actually stamp the paper or the fabric. So that was quite dynamic for the kids. I think they really enjoyed it. Obviously working with something that's very tactile for them. I know I keep saying this, but this is also one of my favorite pieces from the exhibition. It's not often that we see such intense portraiture done. I think a lot of children, well, for this particular exhibition, a lot of them tried to focus on maybe landscape pieces. This piece is titled Inner Reflection, and it's a very conceptual piece. I think it's a representation of kind of how one sees themselves in other people. You know, if you have someone who's supporting you, who's looking at you with a loving perspective, you're going to look at yourself with that same perspective as well. And so you almost see this image that is almost a mirror, but not quite. There's two people that look similar to each other, that are gazing at each other, but they're also independent from each other.
Open to the public in order to engage with the artwork and contribute to the cause, the exhibition served as a touching reminder of the healing power of creativity and how such initiatives can uplift young artists and their families. Supporting events like Hope Blooms not only acknowledge the bravery of these children, but also helps foster a future where their creativity, resilience and strength can continue to flourish. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were a part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve, and I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other, kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? If you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? The video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2. right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures Group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am going to stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos, because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Game Hers. That's TheGamehers on all socials, and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people. Find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors, and a big partner. Also I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. There are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there had been I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you know, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and you know, I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
The Nigerian Exchange Group PLC, NGX Group, in collaboration with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, and other market operators, organized a series of engaging events aimed at promoting financial literacy and empowering retail investors. These activities highlighted the growing importance of technology and sustainability in modern finance, aligning with the 2024 theme, Technology, Digital Finance and Sustainable Finance. The week kicked off with a financial literacy seminar at Pan Atlantic University, Lagos, hosted by the NGX Group and the Financial Literacy Technical Committee of SEC. Hundreds of students eager to learn about the fundamentals of investing participated in the training. The NGX had a retail investor clinic where practical insights were provided to capital market strategies, from industry experts, over 200 participants, including the representatives from institutions like Nigerian Higher Education Foundation, the University of Lagos, and GFA Technologies attended. The Director General of SEC, Dr. Emomotimi Agama, highlighted the importance of investor protection and regulatory oversight in fostering trust.
No matter what investments you do in this market, we've got your back. We've got your back, and as such, what we'll work with is transparency and integrity. We are bringing value back to this market. We are not only doing that by talking, we're implementing new regulations, and we're also bringing into the space technology, which is your next of kin. Like I said yesterday somewhere else, that the phones you now have, the Android phones, are now your next of kin.
The Group Managing Director and CEO of NGX Group, Temi Popola, speaking on behalf of the Group Chairman of NGX Group, Alhaji Umaru Kwaringa, stressed the group's leadership in using technology to drive sustainable finance and innovation. CEO of NGX, Jude Chiemeka, reiterated the importance of investor education.
And for us, it is something that we're very passionate about, where we're asking ourselves how we can support our subsidiary companies, our associate companies, and just use our convening power to bring this subject of technology to the table. And I think that if we go back maybe over the last 3-4 months or so in our capital markets, we see this revolution, frankly speaking. We've seen it now a lot in the primary market side of things. And there are two areas that we're spending a lot of time now to think about. One is, as the DG spoke, you would have seen that he was speaking about very different asset classes and how our market needs to go away from being seen as a mono asset class, equities, and being seen as a multi-asset class. And you can imagine that as the SEC continues this charge, we as market, sort of operators have this responsibility. So on our side, we constantly think through how to use technology to aggregate across all of these products and the like.
It's important that we begin to look at the capital market really for what it is. It has the ability to really catapult your investment. So it's not just about savings. You have to invest your savings in order to build wealth that you can transfer.
The Ring the Bell for Financial Literacy ceremony at NGX brought together SEC officials, market leaders, and key stakeholders in a joint commitment to advancing financial literacy. The week-long activities, executed in collaboration with partners from the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, CIS, and the Association of Securities and Dealing Houses of Nigeria, ASHON, demonstrated a collective effort to create a more informed, resilient, and empowered retail investor community. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 1999, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups want to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country. You can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Etemari Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
Hello, I am glad to have you join us on Queen's Court today, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I am Reverend Julia Benite. Raised in a highly networked world today, millennials, Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z, like other younger generations, value open communication, collaboration, and inclusivity. They appreciate having their opinion valued, considered, which aligns well with a democratic leadership lifestyle. Today, we will be addressing the behaviors associated with women in leadership through the lens of Americans' two youngest generational cohorts, millennials and Generational Z. And of course, we have a Gen X in the house. But before we get started, let's go on a short break. Welcome back. Let's delve into our conversation today. A very interesting conversation. The perceptions of millennials and Gen Zs, and of course, a Gen X is in the house with me. I mean, I'm close to the Gen X generation. We're going to be discussing, deliberately discussing some leadership issue, women in leadership. And we want to focus on your views of what women in leadership is, especially in the 21st century. You also must recognize certain things as I introduce you. Of course, at my far left is Jola Ayeye, who is a podcaster and a screenwriter. Jola, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, we actually call you ladies in the house. So Lady Jola, you're welcome. And Sholakwe Adesu, who is a legal practitioner and a woman advocate, and also a youth advocate. So that's why she can identify with the Gen Zs and X. You're welcome, barrister.
Thank you, Mom.
And also Somto Chuku, Amanda Ibiwachi. Let me not pronounce it like an African, like an American, who of course is a social worker focused on child welfare, family, and youth. She is Gen Z. She's the Gen Z in the house. Their generation. Of course, we have Generation Alpha already in around the corner, but the Gen Zs are the one reigning in the town. You're all welcome to this great show, Queen's Court.
Thank you.
Thank you. And today we call ladies in the house. You are queens.
Yeah.
And so we're going to start with the Generation Y. Which are called the millennials. They're actually Generation Y, called the millennials. And just for information basis, most of you were born between 1995 and 2009. So that's your generation. And so your generation actually is the unusual generation because it's a generation in the middle of the X and the Z. What are your thoughts on women leadership? When you hear women leadership, what comes to your mind?
I think for my generation, women leadership is a bit more normal, I would say. I think our generation was the first to kind of see it as quite normal. So we weren't the first generation whose mothers worked. So our grandmothers also worked. So for us, the idea of women being in leadership was not necessarily strange or different. And then when you make it specific to Nigeria, I was born in 92. So around the switch between military rule and independence, there was a lot of economic boom. So we saw a lot of business happening and a lot of moms and aunties owning businesses and having sort of like high ranking positions in telecoms and banks and things like that. So I think women leadership for us socially was something that we see and kind of understand, but culturally not so much as Nigerians. So it's very interesting in that women are supposed to be powerful, but only to an extent. And it's a very cultural understanding of that. So it's not strange to us. It's just a very weird dance that we do in that we understand that women can have these amazing jobs. You can make very big decisions, but our cultural context means that you have to figure out how to play this. We all know we're playing a game about to what degree we accept or understand women being in power and how comfortable our society is with it.
That's a good one. So their generation already are comfortable with it. So I'll come to Generation X, which there's a lot of dichotomy and issues. Of course, Generation X were born from 1965 to 1980, and just after the baby boomers, who were mostly people after the World War. And so for us, Generation X, what is your classic understanding of women leadership?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. For this generation, I think leadership for us was something that we've had to fight for, as it were. It's a generation that had to fight for acceptance and for the society to understand that leadership is what every woman needs to do. For instance, we're a generation that grew up amongst, there's a lot of contention within the society, economic, social, and it's a generation that went through a whole lot of problems. If it comes down to Nigeria, it was a season where you had military, of course, we had democratic, the civil war, all of that. So you have multi-dimensional issues that women in this generation have faced, both from cultural to emotional,
marital. So you find a lot of people within this age range that are battling with some emotional issues, battling with even accepting themselves and finding themselves before even thinking of getting into leadership. So I think that's one of the things that you that is predominant amongst the X generation.
I agree with you. You know, they said the Generation Z sees women leadership as a right. Why do you think so? What's your thoughts on women leadership for your own generation?
Okay, so just like the millennial said, Gen Z, we more of came under that knowledge of, okay, yes, women leadership is a thing, and I feel like we are more outspoken now. We are seeing our generation more open in terms of getting their dreams, getting their passions, and achieving them on a big scale, on a global scale, on a national scale, and also on a big scale. So this is also a generation where there's also a lot of dilemma in terms of feminism, cultural, ethic issues as well. Because even if as we are right in this birth of women leadership, there are still a lot of challenges that we face, and but we are more of a driving force, and because of what we see now that technology has advanced, now has social media has boomed, we are more versatile with everything that pertains to leadership roles and being out there. So our generation right now are in the peak of it, and even as much as there's a lot of awareness, there's still a lot of training that needs to happen for our generation to now become leaders and now rule amongst, because right now there are a lot of millennial women leaders, but Gen Z is not so much. You see Gen Z diving towards a lot of good things, but not essentially building our nation as well. And then there's also a conflict between influencers and leaders. So now you see people, Gen Z now calling themselves influencers, but not all influencers are leaders. So we have this dilemma in our generation right now. So that's where it is as it stands.
Wow, that's an interesting thought there, because there's a Kevin that defines leadership as a process of social influence which maximizes the efforts of others towards achievement of a goal. That leadership stems from social influence, not authority or power. Leadership requires others, that implies that they don't need to be direct reports. No mention of personality traits, attributes, or even a title. There are many styles of leadership, of course, and includes casting goals, not influence without an intended outcome. And you said something, the challenges with leadership, especially female or women leadership, is the fact that a lot of Gen Z say they are influencers. But what does it mean now to be a leader, creating a direction? Because you could be influencing and actually leading without you knowing. So what do you say to, especially even the female bloc, that, okay, I mean, I met one who said, oh, I'm an influencer and I want to influence. So I said, well, you're a leader already. So do you think influencers are actually leading? It depends on the direction. So what are your thoughts?
I believe that leaders need influence, but not all influencers are leaders. So to buttress on this point, we as leaders, we are, like Kevin Cruz said, it's the process of social influence to achieve a certain goal, and with the maximizing efforts of others. So there are certain influences that could be negative and could be positive. But for leaders, we can see now that certain leaders that can move you to certain directions that you don't really even need their influence per se, but they are trying to improve yourself and train yourself to be able to lead yourself. Leaders lead people, but influencers, they might not really focus on people. They might just be leading their ideas. So that's a difference between leaders and influencers. And to see a leader now in this generation, we would have to look at everything. We have leaders that have good character. And character is what also Gen Zs also lack as well, because you see people, they call themselves influencers or leaders, but their character is not moving them anywhere. They are not leading people. They're not trying to source for a good outcome from people. So those are a few differences that you can say that, okay, this person is a leader, this person is an influencer, and for you can be an influencer in different aspects of wherever you are. It could be at your church, it could be at your school, it could be in the tech space. But there are leaders that train people and manage people to be able to work on themselves and achieve a certain goal, whether it's from the individuals themselves or from a community that they are being with. So.
Excellent, because in fact you are right, because the research actually say that the Gen Zs are not so ambitious for leadership positions, but they say the Gen Ys, they want that leadership position. And for you as a female and a woman, what do you think would be the challenges for a Gen Y who really wants leadership position? What do you think they should be doing, and what do you think the challenges could be?
So for me, I think the challenges really stem from a difficulty in understanding and playing the game. So I will say that one huge benefit my generation had is that we saw the tech boom. So while the Gen Zs were born into a lot of tech is very familiar to them, we were the generation that we saw the movement from. I learned shorthand, so we saw when things changed from typewriters to computers to social media being daily language. And what social media really did, it expedited a lot of steps for my generation. And we grapple with the fact that you can't, with leadership, it's difficult to do that. So you can't really hack your way into leadership. Do you know what I mean?
I like that. You can hack your way.
Yes, there's a lot of, and particularly within our context, our culture is very, very specific. So it doesn't necessarily matter how much influence you have. Leadership is quite different. And we grapple with figuring out how to build the momentum required, how to build and sustain the community required to maintain leadership. So I think that's why we do very well in business, things that are very individual.
Yes,
so I can figure this out by myself. I don't need to have sort of like consensus. I don't need to build relationships. I don't need to have the sort of like a general agreement. I can do this thing by myself. Maybe three of us agree, we build a company, we go to the market, it's not working, we get on social media, we find a new supplier. Everything is very, very, you figure it out as you go along, but leadership is very, very different. It requires consensus, it requires building. I mean, a good example I will give is a lot of our parents that worked in civil service understood how to build relationships. So every other weekend, my cousins, my colleagues' daughter is getting married. They're traveling to different states there. And so they understand what it takes to kind of build consensus. But because my generation did not have to do that career-wise, it stumps us to understand what it takes to do that as leaders. And then when you add a layer of being a woman and what that takes, it's just really, really difficult. So we're hungry for leadership, yes, but it's why you see a lot of ambitious women in my generation, because we understand how that works. We understand that for you to get respect, just make the business work and people will respect you. They may not like you, they may still say nasty things about you and how you came about your money and your work, but eventually it would speak for itself. Doing that in a leadership position, in terms of leadership, is just a lot more difficult. So I think that's what the challenge is.
I agree with that, and you're actually right, because the research also shows that the Gen X actually have a social capacity more than the Gen Ys and relationship. And one key thing that came out of the research is that their capacity for conflict resolution is much, much higher. So as a Gen X, as women leadership is evolving, in actual fact, they say it's going to take 150 years plus for us to bridge the gap of this gender equality. But the research also shows that the Gen Ys are most likely to break the glass ceiling if they are able to overcome the challenges. What advice would you give as Gen X? And also, what do you think those challenges are that must be overcome if a woman must lead? Because women leadership is necessary, and I'm going to show you from, as we continue our conversation after this thought, you will see why it is necessary that the Gen Ys understand that leadership is the only way for us to bridge the gap.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man. You know, Lady Jola may brought it out so succinctly.
Yes.
And I love the fact that you've been able to break down the challenges of Gen Y. And it's so sweet knowing that you see the gap that you will bring in is that you see the weakness of Gen X and then see the advantage of Gen Y. And if we leverage together, then you see that women leadership will actually advance. And I think the advice will be then that the gap is to, as much as we carry the passion and the zeal for leadership, which of course we all agree here that women leadership has come to stay and is a necessity, that as much as we want to pursue that, then we begin to look at what are the gaps, what are the things that didn't go right with Gen X. And I think Gen X was modeled up in the challenge of trying to balance relationship. You have the home front, you have people, what are they going to say? So most women couldn't take leadership positions because they are considering the relationship dimension, my children, my husband, my family. How am I going to balance this? And so you find them just playing small to prevent. Okay, so most of our mothers or most of us in this generation either have opportunities to start businesses, invest in a lot of things, but didn't do it because they felt there were too many things holding them back. But we have a generation Y who are more eager and are willing to make the move. And I like the fact that the technology that they got into, or that came with them, actually opened the advantage and gave them the advantage. But the important thing then will be to bring a gap, a bridge between that passion and then the relationship. For me, leadership is more about self, and I think that's why Generation Y may have a challenge, because leadership is not just about achieving things, being a business leader, being the CEO of a company. Leadership is more about you, the values that you bring out and you bring to society. And that's why it's not like the social media. I also love the distinction between influencers and leaders, because for Gen Z, they see leadership as influence. How many followers do I have? What can what impact can I create here and all that, which is beautiful. But leadership is about, it must come from you. There's an internal part of it that needs to flow out. So I think that the real advice will be that beyond all the advantage of technology, beyond the passion and say the zeal and the vision that we carry, it must be that we then must first sit in and settle in to say, what am I? Who am I? What do I want to do? We have to pay attention to the internal personality that we have and build that character from inside that then begins to shine out, because actually the influence then comes from you, not just about what you achieve, not about the position you're currently occupying, but much more about what you're able to give in terms of personal value that begins to ooze out in other areas of what you're doing.
Okay, so for all of us, whether Gen X, Y, and Z, in your opinion, what do you think that will help to accelerate women in leadership? Because at the global level, women in leadership is still below 25%. The highest, even in the area of governance, is Rwanda. Rwanda as a parliament and people in the government of Rwanda, 61%. The highest in the world. Even America, with all her liberty and speaking about freedom, is still abysmal. Russia is still higher than America in women leadership. What in rates gender equality?
Okay. Firstly, I wanted to say that when you were talking about challenges as well, I believe that one of our challenge as Generation Z is we are more emotional. We are more reactive than proactive. Anything that happens anywhere, we more respond to it from emotions, and we just say, "Oh, I don't like this. What's this country doing? I beg, I'm not here." So instead of us thinking ahead and saying, "What can we do to be able to grow and learn and be in those positions and those places that clearly are not working?" So from that point, we can first come in and say, us now, we need to be more enlightened. There are a lot of millennial leaders now that are doing it, and we're seeing them and we're hailing them, but we're not striving to be a better version of ourselves in that line. We're more of doing our own thing. Okay, everybody day your day, I did my day. We're not we're complaining, but we're not acting. So we need to be able to respond better in terms of the situation we have, and we knowing that we want to see women leaders, but we are saying, "Oh, okay, we want to see, but you're not thinking of yourself." And there are people that genuinely have these qualities. They genuinely have leadership. Affluence. They are, them certain times that maybe in a school, in a class, there are certain people that you will know that, okay, this person is in class captain, year 1, year 2, year 3, and then person that can carry projects very well and really get everyone to focus on their efforts and we're able to achieve. But then we're just more like, okay, there are people like that, and that's all. That's all really. We're not like them. We don't want to associate with other people. So we need to be more involved in now self-awareness, knowing what skills that we can develop. Not only there are different skills you can learn personally on your own, whether it's a professional value, professional way or career-wise, but there are a lot of times that we need to even work on ourselves more inwardly. So we need, now that we have a lot of examples in the term of millennial generation, we need to look more into those people, and we need to familiarize ourselves with news. I would say I'm kind of a victim as well in terms of we're not really acquainted with knowledge. We're not really acquainted with knowledge because we see these things and okay, everything, this is happening, oh wow, that's so sad. But we're not looking out for any source. Was there any organization? Was there any welfare that came to this aid? Was there anything that, that was structured to hold these people that fell in place? But we're just more like, okay, we see it and we pass. So from the first angle, we need to get more involved in knowledge and get more involved in what is happening. And we need to, there are a lot of millennial generation now that offer classes, offer trainings. We see those things that, oh, we're just wasting time, but we need to, with the resources we have, we can engage in those classes, we can engage in those trainings. I have people, even my mates, that are giving classes globally, and people are attending, and especially women are developing themselves internally. But you see only a few of those classes of women in the whole generation of us.
Excellent. We're going to go on a short break and we'll be right back to continue this discussion because we got to hear from these millennials. I think it's their stage now, so they have to tell us what women need to do because that glass ceiling, we are breaking it. Welcome back. We are still looking at women's leadership development, the perceptions of the millennials, the Gen Z, and of course, we have a Gen X in the house for that balance. So we are still here with the guests to analyze this great topic, and we're talking about the challenges. And it's like all eyes are on the Gen Ys to bridge this gap and to break the glass ceilings. But what do you think are the challenges that must be overcome by the Gen Y generation?
I think I would summarize the challenge as one of community and consensus. So I think what I mean by that is like I said earlier, we do well individually, but we need to understand what it takes to build community and invest in the community. So a good example would be you mentioned Rwanda earlier, but I mean, and a big part of Rwanda's story is their war. And a big thing was a lot of men died in the war. So they kind of had to be realistic with what their options were. And it worked so well in that seeing women in leadership work over time to kind of nation build and figure out what the nation needs to move forward meant that, nobody is going to, or you hope people don't work against their own self-interest. So as the country was progressing, it's like, this is natural, this is normal, this is what we should be having. I think for us moving forward, we need to think about community and consensus. And what I mean by that is thinking very specifically about how what we are doing benefits society, but also benefits women. So what I mean by that is when women are being encouraged to go into the workforce and the workspace, we need to work with our community of women to think about how we're designing structures to make it easier for women to enter the workforce. So what I mean by that is you're CEO of a company. What are your maternal leave policies? What makes it easier for women to come back into work? Do you have a creche? Those things are not expenses to the company. They are ultimately in your benefits, because if women are able to enter the workforce quicker, it means that we see these things as normal, right? When elections are coming, who is backing the women who are running for office? Who is making sure that, it is very difficult for them to be left alone, almost like in the cold? What makes it possible for them to submit bills, write legislation that are ultimately to our benefit as well? So I think what happens, again, like I said, it's very, very individual, but we don't think of it in terms of of the consensus. So if multiple CEOs are creating environments that mean that these companies they are structured so that women who might ordinarily find it difficult to re-enter the workforce, to try again, to gain loans, you have to make that effort, not because it benefits you, but because you're thinking long term. America, the West is having a problem with their birth rates, and they're having all these discussions to incentivize women to have more children. But children are expensive, and if both the father and mother need to work, and you make having a child something that you need to choose between being able to afford a life and have the child, everybody needs to eat. So I think we need to think about it, in terms of community and consensus.
Yes.
What are we doing to build environments that are conducive to women in leadership, to women in general? What makes it easier for you to start a business, to run a business, to be a mother, to leave an abusive relationship, to work in male-dominated areas? It's not the individual. It's not a moral failing for a woman to find it difficult to go back to work. And I think we sometimes parrot that, almost like, she doesn't want to work. She does, but it's too hard if she has to figure it out all on her own. Women who do very well have a very strong community. Very, very strong community. Extremely strong community of mostly other women who sacrifice a lot to make sure that her career isn't in dispute. So it's just, I find, as I climb up the ladder, I notice it more and more that you can't be so tunnel vision. You have to think of this place I'm entering. What am I going to use it to do? So that it's just 10 times easier for the women behind and even in front of me to make certain decisions. I think that's
excellent.
The ultimate, yes.
Oh, that's a serious aspect. And for Gen X, Gen X, after 25 years, for so long, Beijing happened. We're talking about 35% of women involvement in whether governance or boardrooms. It's still a problem. McKinsey says that companies with gender-balanced executive committees have 56% higher operating profits than companies with male-only companies. And another study, 20% difference in return of investment when women are involved. The Gen X, we've been talking about gender equality. Speaking. What are these challenges that we need to overcome quickly, in partnership, especially with the Gen Y and even Z, to break this glass ceiling and to bridge that huge gap of gender equality?
Okay, so I very much align with Jola's comments in terms of the policy changes that we need to begin to look at, legislative changes in terms of work, labor issues to ensure that I think Lagos State is the only state so far in Nigeria that agreed to 6 months maternity leave and even give some paternity leave issues. But nationally, that has not been adopted. It was only done in Lagos State for government workers. But I know that's tough for private business owners, you know, and all that. But these are things we need to look at as policy changes. But aside from that, I think, again, for me, a major emphasis will be to, we need to look at doing a lot of reorientation for the male gender.
Yeah.
I think the critical part of how far women leadership will emerge, because you see, unfortunately, we're here because we have cultural issues that have kept women down. And these cultural issues are not just against the women, they are also cultural issues that have influenced the thought pattern of our male counterparts. And so we find them unconsciously though, but actively working against women emergence. Not because they want to be wicked, but they just feel it is odd, it's not done, it's not acceptable. No, my father didn't do that, you know. And these are issues that we need to deal with. So we need to also find a way to get our male counterparts to begin to see women leadership as very, very normal. You know, I agree with the statistics that you rolled out, and even United Nations has shown you that every time you put economic power in the hands of a woman, the results are better. The results are, the social impact is higher than just, so we need to begin to see this as normal. I, in my own practice, generally encourage companies, you're setting up boards, you must put women, find a space for 1, 2, 3 women on the board of your company. You cannot overemphasize the benefits that will give you. And I tell you, the same benefits that accrue to directors, when you give it to the women counterpart on the same board, and then, okay, she needs to be on maternity leave, she needs to, you know, these are things that will enhance female leadership. And I think that is where we must begin to go to. Our men, we must find a way to have the he for she thing, we must invest in it.
Oh yes, we had he for she actually on this program. We got men to speak.
Good.
So as we begin to wrap up, we want to get to a point of reference, of understanding that women generally are multitasking, they pay details to attention, better with conflict resolutions, ability to deal with issues of fuzziness, but also very emotional.
Absolutely.
And so as in your different generations, the issue of emotionalism and women leadership is also at the base of some conflicts. How do women quickly overcome their emotionalism and embrace to understand that leadership is competitive? Because there are two issues. Number one, stress. The research shows that women feel that leadership is stressful. And so please don't give me too much stress. Secondly, the work-life balance that she's talking about, that you're talking about, organization ensuring that there are crutches. So even if a woman wants to do a 3 weeks maternity leave or 1 month, it's her business. It's her body. She can take care of it. Drag her baby in the car with a car seat chair and just get to work. Because after all, she's working all the time. She's working at home. She's organizing. She's doing a whole lot. So, but how do we help women finally to overcome this challenge of emotionalism, especially from the Y and Z? Habit, the X has a whole lot that they have passed on. So we're going to start with the X. What is this thing? We need to get out of it. Who loves me? Who likes me? Who doesn't greet me? Who greeted me? Yeah, I will correct the next generation nicely like I always do. They can't get away with it. But how do we just get out of this place and just lead?
Yeah, okay, so the issue of emotionalism, I think it's a main and common challenge ground for women, because somehow we feel that it is natural, but even though we are all created with emotions, it's about being able to manage that emotion. We must get to the point where we get to control. And then besides, you know, women don't just use emotion at workplace, they even use it in their marriage. I know sometimes you want to manipulate and get your way out by being emotional with your spouse and things like that. But I think it's just time for us to know that being on the top of emotion is limiting. Number one, we have, as women, we have the mental faculty, we have the capacity to make decisions. We have decisions to make. We are in positions, we're not only making decisions for ourselves, we're making decisions that affect many other people outside us, our employees, our children, our spouses. So many things depend on our decisions. So we cannot afford to sit on the spot of feeling bad. This is how I didn't like the way I was spoken to and all that. We must do. It's about choosing to mature and choosing to grow and outgrow it. And I think this is where the issue of our temperaments and all that will come in. But albeit it's the responsibility behoves on us, for us to wake up to knowing what's my weakness, how do I overcome it. You don't have to be overly angry with people. How do I manage it even when people are not living up to your expectation? And then how do you manage it when things are not going the way you feel like, instead of just falling into depression and beating yourself too hard, but to say, okay, yes, I failed, yes, but I'll get up, I'm going to win again. And I think that it comes from a lot of emotional strength, internal strength. And that's why we must build that internal capacity. We just must build it up.
Yeah. So Generation Y, the millennials, there's a research that is coming up that a generation are going into more psychosis due to maybe failures, fear of failures, like I said, the stress issues of leadership and the issues of work-life balance. And for many of you getting married, you have a baby, the issue of postnatal depressions, and a whole lot of it has increased dramatically even among the Gen Z. So how do we, Gen Y, how do we really overcome this? Because leadership requires adversity quotient, high adversity quotient, because you're being bombarded on all sides. So can you speak to that, to your generation? How do we overcome this?
I mean, I know you're going to be tired of me saying this, but I really do strongly believe in the notion of community. I think every time I read or speak or talk to people about, I have a lot of friends who have children now, and postnatal depression was higher when they were alone, when they had no support. A lot of them, unfortunately, called the state of the nation, gave birth abroad. And those 3 or 4 weeks where they didn't have any help was where they were their most vulnerable mentally. They are running on very little sleep. Especially the new moms, they don't really understand what's going on with the baby. They have feelings about inadequacy with their body. Their memory isn't as great as it used to be. So they have all these weird things happening at the same time, and then they're just alone. They don't have the same level of support. But if you notice, culturally, one thing that really helps young mothers in our society is that you don't have a baby alone. Your mother, your grandmother, your friends, people just kind of show because they understand how vulnerable you feel at that time, how tired, how tasking it is. And so when mothers have great omugo, it doesn't eliminate it completely, but it makes it so much better.
Yeah.
But I think that is just a microcosm of what we need. I also feel that women are punished a lot more for their emotions. Men are also emotional, but the emotion they recognize the most is anger. And anger is a lot more acceptable than being flustered or being upset or being anxious. Sometimes I don't understand why people get upset for women for crying, because they'll cry, but they'll get it done. So just leave them alone to let them cry, let them get the emotion out and get the job done. But I think fundamentally what it is an inability to come to consensus about what matters, which is getting the job done in a dignified and honorable way.
Exactly.
And I do think that what that means is male emotion, like I said, is more commonplace because they're just more male leaders. So a guy is angry is a normal, everybody knows how to deal with that emotion because they recognize that anger. Madam is flustered becomes an issue because they don't see that normally, right? So I do think that a big part of it is also figuring out the structure and also having people to talk to. So a lot of times when I'm at my wit's end, it's because I don't want to look incompetent. So I'm very worried to ask, particularly if I have a lot of older male colleagues, what should I do? Because your big worry is that they think of you as like a dummy. This is why you don't hire women. Small thing they don't know. And so you get to the end of your tether and get emotional before you ask for the help. So
thank you so
that's
much.
What I mean by, I do think a big part of it is consistently building the community and having these conversations.
Excellent. Let me just hear one short word from the Gen Z to the women. What do you think to do? Very short. Because we have run out of time.
I believe that we're in a community where a lot of our emotions are heightened. And I am flabbergasted when I see our own women shutting down other women when they cry out or when they complain or when they have different things that are going on. So I believe that as our generation, we should be able to embrace people. We are all going through things, but we should speak up. And also, don't look at the older generation and say, oh, this older generation, they don't understand what we're going through. They went what you went through, even more. So we have to know that we are seeking for higher advice and higher authority. And we have to know that those people are there and they are willing to help you. Don't be set back on what you think and what social media portrays.
Excellent. Thank you very much to our guest, Lady Jola, Lady Sumtu. We call her Sumtu anyway, Sumtu Chukwu, and of course, Lady Barrister Sholakwe. And to every woman out there, whether you're Gen X, Gen Y, or Gen Z, there's one core issue is that women leadership has come to stay. It is time for you to pick up, put on your bootstrap. Whether you're 24, you're 34, you're 44, put on that bootstrap. You have to lead because your leadership makes a difference. And if we are in the mix of the policy, we can influence that change. And remember, yes, Rwanda went through the civil war. They had the genocide. Nigeria also has many genocides, but we ain't waking up like the Rwandans these. It's time for us to wake up too and put on leadership because we can make a difference. And every man out there, women leadership has come to stay. Thank you for joining me today. God bless you.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, It must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amid celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got experience all round from
Yeah.
media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it
Yes.
feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looked after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can
What?
imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager
Yes.
to know how it must have been working with him. Watching him, on TV, I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort.
Okay.
I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager,
Yes.
meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George, what a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive
yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted
Yes.
about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people not able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is that you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of it. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a while. Events talking about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience. Okay. But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So, being a food critic,
yes,
that's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So, for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, oh, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Bowles coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, it's going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world, people assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother is Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. You know, I hear these things at the foods, people like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won a Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware, and I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
You know, so it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well. You know, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color.
Yes.
And make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Alright, glad you will be joining us on what we'll call SOUQ Exclusive. It's a special one where we do a close shot on a special guest to look at their story and to draw inspiration for younger people who also want to make something out of life. My guest today is quite special because he's rare to come by. He's a man of many parts. He has a lot of experience when it comes to military operations, when it comes to global affairs, and when it comes to the economy. It's taking time to be with us today, and because you deserve the best, and that's why we always reserve the special guest for you at this moment. Today, I'm privileged to host Ambassador Wallace Williams, who is the Honorary Consul General for Antigua and Barbuda, and also the Chairman, Africa International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Glad you have joined us on SOUQ Exclusive.
Thank you very much, Femi. I've been looking forward to coming to meet you, the team, and I'm happy to be here today and to have met your wonderful chairman, and everybody has been so extremely hospitable. I feel at home, I feel welcomed. I'm looking forward to pushing the SOUQ brand, you know. Wherever I go, I'll be talking about this station, for sure. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like to defend and promote, you know, those who need promotion from the point of view of, you know, you've created a niche in this country from the areas that you cover, and I'm very, very impressed.
I must commend you for that patriotism. Honestly, today it's quite historic for me. An opportunity to meet you again. You know, it's been a while.
Thank you.
And to also guide you on this SOUQ Exclusive. Great one. Glad you have joined us once again.
Thank you.
So let's start with your story, because the idea is to talk about your story. And I'm going to start with your background. You talking about your background, your experience while growing up, you know, telling your story, some of the things that were fascinating to you while growing up, and some of the things that, you know, helped in shaping your value over the years. Talk to us about your background.
Very much. I come from I'm a village boy. I come from a little village in Trinidad called Labre. It also has a famous world moniker, and that it is the eighth wonder of the world. We have a natural asphalt lake. Nigeria has as well, but it is not being developed. But we have developed the lake asphalt as a product for the world, which is used for paving roads, for standard for the airports all over the road to stop the aircrafts from bumpy atmosphere. Those roads, those products are very strong as cement. So that's where I'm from. I went to a school on the lake called Bright New Sea, where as a young inquisitive young man, I was always searching for knowledge. I then won a scholarship. I became a scholar at age 10 to go to college called Queen's Royal College, which they say is the most elite college, if not in Trinidad alone, but in the Caribbean. I'm proud of that one, you know, where we were schooled to be told that we are the leaders of the future, that we are going to be the captains of industry. So when you grow up with that mindset, you think nothing is impossible. At a very tender age, to have that told to you, you feel proud, you know, that you belong to a very close circle of elite. I think it's like your King's College here. You know, you tend to believe that you're made for the world, and your future is already set based on the education they will give you. So when we entered on the first day, they said, you know, you are now, you know, a cut above the rest. Challenge everything, you know, and if you find that your professors have not done their homework, put them out of the class and teach the rest of the class. And we did. Some of us who, like myself, bold enough, you didn't prepare, we put you out of the class, and the principal just would not do anything. He'd say, well, you did not prepare, and these young scholars have to go forward with their next lesson, and if you didn't prepare, they will teach the class, and we did. So when you had that kind of training very early on, you knew that nothing was impossible, challenge everything, and correct it if you have to. So in my formative years, my DNA was made out of challenge everything, do not be compromised, you know, and be a scholar. But also they told us that if, when they finish training us, and they drop us anywhere in the world, Alaska, wherever, and they come back and we are not in charge, they are failed. So we have that mindset that failure is not an option. You know, we must win. We have a win-win attitude. So I grew up, you know, in that kind of atmosphere. You know, we would walk to school, run home for lunch, run back, so we became very athletic as well. We grew up among fruit trees and organic food, you know, and you name it, we did everything, you know, as a young man. Children today don't have the same adventure spirit that we have had. You know, we go out and, you know, have fun, etc. And the excitement of learning was a key thing. That, you know, at that time we didn't have any electricity. We had these lamp oils, so we'll be studying in the night. Yeah, studying in the night, and you had a thirst for learning, you know, because in those days we didn't have what you have now, computers and all that, and that type of laziness. We made up our own games, you know, and our own imagination, you know, to play games, etc. Created your own games, and that was an exciting period for me.
Well, what kind of games?
Well, for example, we would play marbles, right? You pretend to be, you know, a prime minister or a footballer or whatever, and you make up games, and, you know, you conduct the affairs of the country, you know. So we were very enlightened, you know, that, yeah, create games. We will take the wheels of a bicycle and turn them into a plaything. You have a stick and you roll it all along, you know, for as far as you can, you know. You would create other games, you know, imaginary, playing with imaginary things, you know, that other people did scientifically. So, you know, you were always thinking and always imagining and always creating. So in our DNA, you know, we grew up to be very creative, very academic, very challenging, and I left from the countryside to go to the big city, as we say, because I came first in the island at that time. So I was a scholar at 10, you know, when I was not supposed to sit exams until 11 plus. But because I had jumped 2 classes, the principal thought, well, we can't keep this young man back anymore. So they lied, to the Ministry of Education and said I was 11 plus.
Oh, man.
But I wasn't. I was actually 10. You know, so for me, those were very exciting times. And then, having gone to the big city, the world was now opening up to me. Oh, these things I've never seen in the countryside, and I absorbed those things so quickly, and started to look at, how am I going to make use of this opportunity for the future? And one of the key things, if you have to tell the youth of today, is to focus on your vision and be disciplined and be consistent. Very, very important.
While you were narrating your, beautiful experience while growing up, you talked about, having this, what we call communal support, which is very peculiar at that period, that age, where your neighbor's children, you see them as your own children.
Absolutely.
And even if you're not your biological children, you provide a kind of parental support,
Yes.
But if you look at the trend now in the society, do we still have that? What's missing?
Well, some parts of Africa still do, and we must go back to that, which we call Ubuntu, that communal spirit where your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they pass on knowledge. Because, Africans are, what we call a vocal, historical type of people. We talk and carry on the knowledge that we've had because it was not written. And it's still not written except for, scholarly work at the moment. But, for example, if your grandparents or parents are not talking to the neighbor, you dare not show the same animosity, because that will get them to talking back together. They'll say, do you know that your son or your grandson did not greet me? What? They will now, you will be scolded for that, and they will get back talking because you had to learn respect. You had to learn that whatever goes on with adults is none of your business. You give everybody respect, and then everybody took care of you in the village. They will look out for you. They look out to make sure that you are safe. They look out to make sure that if your parents are not back home, they'll feed you. You can come into their kitchen, enter their pots with their children, So it was always communal, the Ubuntu spirit, getting together. So I think children of today do not use their imagination. They're driven by computer games, they're driven by the phone, and so they don't spend much time exploring the world outside, which gives you a sense of security. And, you're out there, you become streetwise, put it that way. Nowadays, everybody is closeted. You go to school in a car, your parents come and pick you back up in a car, and you've had no adventure. Your adventure life between the ages of 10 or between the ages of 7 and 15 or 17 have not had any kind of a free spirit, what I call free spirit. I mean, I'm a wanderlust. I like adventure, and that was born out of the early days growing up in Trinidad.
At what point did you decide to join the army, and then...
Well, we had military in our school, and therefore that gave you what I would call you want to be like this, the uniform, the military, the discipline. It looks marvelous, and that gives you a sense of belonging, a community of men who behave the same way, talk the same language, and attitude. And since we were told, challenge everything and be leaders, well, that was natural, absolutely natural.
Now let's talk about Africa. I know you're passionate about the African project. If you compare to the resources that Africa is blessed.
Absolutely.
Natural resources, human resources, Africa is blessed. But when it comes to the value these resources are adding to this continent, it's if you look at if you compare, it's just not there.
Well,
what do you think is the
Well,
reason?
what is wrong is leadership. That's first and foremost. Second, patriotism. Thirdly, selfishness and greed, right? If you look at those three combined, that's very toxic for the continent, because it means that we are giving away our fathers' wealth to foreigners for free and then taking the crumbs. That doesn't make sense. A continent that has trillions in reserve of whether it's gold, diamond, bauxite, whatever, you use that to sustain one currency, a central bank. We will beat anybody in the world, whether it's China or whatever, and we need to get to that point. So what is wrong is that we need to harness these resources for ourselves. Do not be, consumers, rather be producers. So we need to produce, we need to locally manufacture. I'm happy to see that Ghana has gone the way now of refining their gold. Burkina Faso has also kicked out those who are exploiting their gold, and I think they're going to go that way. That is what we'll need now. The kind of leadership we're going to say, enough is enough. Let us now not be consumers. Let us be manufacturers, put a factory in every community where the resources are, and let the community be shareholders. We are not wage earners. We are shareholders because this is our patrimony. This is what we were blessed with, and we in these communities with this, the government should say, okay, you want to come and exploit, transfer your technology, transfer your training, right? Participate with our locals to develop the resources. You get a profit, but there's a win-win. They also get a profit. And what the country or the nation has to do is be part of the value chain. And that is what Trinidad did with their oil and gas. They became part of the value chain. They intervened and said, we are not going to stay back on the dole and take a few crumbs and the rest of the country, starve. No. Our strategic policy is we want to be in every aspect of the value chain of our resources. And that's what they did. And that's why their GDP was so high, 25,000 plus per individual, per capita, right, in Trinidad. And I brought that to Nigeria, to the Nigerian Gas Master Plan. I showed them this is what Trinidad did, also with local content. So develop your local content to fit your particular reserves. So you have gold, then train a lot of your community in gold refining, owned by you. Train them in gemstone, cutting, enhancing the value of that. Set up a commodity exchange, not wait for Hallmark in the UK or a commodity exchange in Brussels or Holland to tell you and determine your resource value. No, you need to be part of the value chain, and you now export rather than import your own resource, which went out and came back with added value to give to you for you to consume. Does that make sense? It doesn't. So we have got to change the paradigm and say we will now participate, and the government has to make that policy. A strategic policy. You're coming into our country, you want to help us to explore and or exploit this particular resource. Here's what. We're participating as partners and shareholders. And we must do it in a manner that fits our strategic policy. We want to be in all aspects of the value chain. You are just giving us an advantage from the fact that you have developed a technology to help us to exploit this more. But you are not going to be left with it alone. Right. We will be part of the value chain with you. And if you're aligned with that, come in. If you don't, stay out. That has to be the attitude.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. It's looking like we just have to, wrap up now. I'm sure we're going to have an extension of part 2 of this conversation.
Absolutely.
But I must thank you for your time, for your thought, talking about yourself, telling us your story.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're going to have another time to talk more.
I look forward to the part 2.
All right.
Yeah. This time I will dress up in full traditional wear.
How colorful would that be?
That would be very colorful. And I look forward, maybe SOUQ News can give me a SOUQ outfit.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We'll be glad to do that.
Yes,
customized for you.
Customized for me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. A pleasure. Yeah.
All right. On that note, we'll just have to call it a wrap now. Don't forget, until we come your way to bring another special guest, talking about this exclusive conversation. will still remain yours. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time with another guest.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Temere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirement.
WinBiz Annual Conference 2024, the 23rd of its kind, is yet another platform where women in business and management are gathered to be celebrated, empowered, and inspired to do more. The hook for this year: dream, dare, and do. It's to fire up the I can do spirit in every woman, regardless of your level or category. SOUQ News Television is here at the event to cover every aspect of activities. Conference delegates are expected to explore and network. I am Grace Komolafe. The 23rd Annual WinBiz Conference brought together thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and industry experts to inspire women to take bold steps towards achieving their dreams. The event themed Dream, Dare, Do as a two-day event at Eco Hotel and Suites, which commenced on the 7th of November 2024, hosting dignitaries such as the former Vice President of Nigeria, Yemi Oshibajo, the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Abimbola Saliu Hundeyin, the Acting Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Folashodun Shonobi, Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, among others. The WinBiz Chairman, Board of Trustees, BC Adeyemi, set the tone for the conference. She welcomed the founders, fellow trustees, partners, collaborators, and members of the press. In her speech, Adeyemi highlighted the impact of women in leadership roles and emphasized the importance of active engagement in WinBiz projects. She encouraged attendees to make meaningful connections during the conference and to embrace the spirit of daring to dream, act, and achieve together.
It's all odds in a very tough year, as we all agree. They have put together a conference that I know we are very proud of. I thank all our sponsors for coming through for us again. We do not take your support for granted. Finally, I would like to express heartfelt appreciation to all the committee chairs and members who served diligently this year. I recognize Mrs. Abimbola Wright, Chair Winboard, Mrs. Folake Adama, Chair Big Sister, Mrs. Rabi Isma, Chair International Conference, Mrs. Ife Okoli, Chair Membership, and Mrs. Tayo Shisoya, Chair Advocacy, and all volunteers who served in various capacities in the course of the year. Your amazing passion and dedication contributed significantly to the impact we achieved this year. I would like you to please give them a round of applause.
The conference chairperson, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, gave an inspiring keynote address. She acknowledged the founders who 23 years ago took the bold step of starting WinBiz, urging women to step out of their comfort zones. She emphasized the need for women to rise, speak up, and take action despite the challenges.
Dare and do. It is a call to action to get out of our comfort zones and move. It is a call to add our unique value and perspectives to issues of development. It is a call to problem solving and growth. Our country needs us in all spheres of development: politics, business, management, public service, education, health, entertainment. It needs us to be present whenever decisions are being taken, ensuring that our voices are heard. Despite being 50% of the population, only few of us are present where decisions are being taken. The worst probably being politics. There are only about 6.7% women in politics, at the top of politics. But we're moving. In academia, believe it or not, of the 247 vice chancellors, women make up only 10%. So what is holding us back? Why are more women not at the table? For many women, societal expectations can limit the size of our dreams. So for many of us, we are afraid to dream. We're afraid to dream beyond our immediate environment. We're told to aim for less, to be satisfied with small victories, and sometimes to be content by being in the background. But we need to dream beyond the boundaries that society or even we impose on ourselves.
The panel session, moderated by Chioma Afe, Director of External Affairs and Social Performance at Seplat Energy PLC, focused on the theme, Embracing a Limitless Mindset. Professor Aisha Mekudi, the youngest female professor in law and the Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja, shared her journey of overcoming personal challenges with family support. She emphasized the importance of building a strong foundation and empowering one's children to pursue their passions independently. She spoke about the imposter syndrome and how to overcome in such an environment, while the second speaker, John Obaro, recounted a pivotal moment in his life that pushed him to improve himself. He shared the importance of resilience, self-belief, and clarity of purpose.
Do you know what an imposter syndrome is? If you want to experience that, go into the academia. You cannot just have one straight road. You need to be able to adapt to the challenges that are coming on. And when I talk about this resilience, it's not just ignoring the challenges, but facing them head on. Looking at the opportunities, looking at each disappointment or each challenge as an opportunity. If this is a challenge, what can I do to change this? So for example, we looked at the situation in my university, and my university is the only university with a federal mandate. What this means is that we have to take students and staff from every single state in the country. So it's truly reflective of Nigeria as a whole.
Yes, this is what you wrote, this is all you can write. And you say you have an MBA, he squeezed the paper and threw it in the waste bin. I mean, if the ground would open, I would have entered that day. Especially considering that there were a number of ladies at the back and a fresh guy from MBA. I went home, I cried. But then I said to myself, never again will this man be able to say this to me. I said to myself, you know, the same boiling water that softens potato is the same boiling water that hardens an egg. I will not allow this pull me down. I applied myself very well. 2 years later, I went to the man and said I wanted to resign. He looked at me, he didn't say a word. Then later I said I should see him after break.
The plenary session emphasized practical strategies for moving from dreams to actionable steps such as clarity of purpose, embracing challenges, collaboration, and execution over planning, which implies starting a thing even if your plan is not perfect yet. The event also featured a special remark by the former Vice President of Nigeria, Yemi Osinbajo, who applauded the founders of the organization. Citing capacity building and mentorship, he emphasized the role of the elites in the society and how powerful it is to belong to such an organization, as they play a role in driving economic development and should be the voice of the voiceless.
Indeed, the visioning, the founding and continued growth of this particular organization, WINBIS, exemplifies the theme of the conference, Dream, Dare, Do. We're here today because some dreamt, some implemented the dream, but more importantly, kept it going year after year. Some wise person said something to the effect that the best and most visionary ideas lie in cemeteries all over the world. So the chief problem is not a dream. There are many dreams and great visions. It's not even to start out the enterprise. In other words, it's not even to dare or do. The chief problem is staying power, the ability to see a matter through, the ability to see a business from start to finish. The attribute you need the most is not the will to start, it is the steadfastness to remain. It is not the capacity to dream, it is the courage to deal with the nightmares and still continue day after day. So the bottom line is resilience, the ability to execute and to see the enterprise through. So I ask the question, how can a business attain resilience?
His speech followed a business pitch segment where small and medium enterprises presented their projects for potential funding. Notable participants exclude Ofada Hub, Anne Ruth Marais, Smart Farm, Travel Right, to mention a few.
August 11, 2020, Glow Natural was born in the heart of the pandemic. What is our mission? Our mission is to bring the farmers market to you by hydrating, detoxifying, nourishing, and keeping you hydrated. What do we do?
I was home at a point. I had back-to-back pregnancies and I couldn't work. And I woke up one day and realized that I couldn't even afford a sanitary tour. So I started to research what could I do, because I was homebound and I was ill. And so I found virtual assistance. In case you don't know, a virtual assistant is a professional who renders business services remotely.
What is of greater importance is the adequate and healthy processing of locally grown rice to a point where it can be at a higher competitive advantage and compete in the international market. So what do we do at Ofada Hub? Ofada Hub is an indigenous agro-processing company that is ensuring healthy and safe processing and distribution of one of Nigeria's healthiest locally produced rice, known as Ofada rice.
During an interview with SOUQ News Television, WINBIS president shared the idea behind this year's theme. John Obaro also took the chance to further encourage women in taking the right steps in life.
See in the financial sector today of having over 30% women in the as CEOs of the bank only came to reality because we had the central bank governor about 10 years ago take a position that in fact instilled a policy in place that there should be minimum of 30% board representation in the financial services sector. And that is coming to reality now, because now the financial institutions have to be deliberate about ensuring that they empower their women, train them if they do need training, and let them have the opportunity to prove themselves. We did celebrate the female CEOs today because it's also part of our advocacy campaign. We hope to have the same replicated across all the other sectors. In Nigeria, the representation of women in the national parliament is about 6%. Then I did a research with other African countries. Senegal, Rwanda, and South Africa have over 45% women representation. Why do they have that? Take South Africa, for instance. Their electoral committee put a policy in place that for the political parties, they must have 50% equal representation of women candidates that they are going to present. So the issue of having shortage of women at the electoral level was resolved, and that's why we see over 45% representation across these other African countries that we mentioned. If we have same in Nigeria, if we have INEC take a position that there's a policy in place where even if we start with 35% representation for women candidates to be presented at the party levels, and then let them prove themselves by people voting for them, it will give them an opportunity.
Women should continue to make sure that they find their space and stay in there, fulfill their dreams, and stay at the top. Milk of kindness in women, the brilliance and the maturity and the manner they handle issues are things to emulate by the other gender.
A mental limitation, and people now build barriers for themselves which are really not there, okay? Because other people have crossed those same barriers, and if you just encourage yourself that I can do it, there are many things that women even do better, okay, than men. Someone is holding back because you don't feel competent, you know. Just encourage yourself that many times the devil plays with our minds, and therefore you need to cross that barrier.
Attendees expressed excitement for what lies ahead, with many looking forward to networking opportunities and deeper dives into strategies for women's empowerment.
So I heard about WinBiz from a couple of friends in the industry, the oil and gas industry. So I heard it's a cool platform to network with other women. So I'm really just here to understand what other women are doing in my industry, other industries, women in management, business and all that. And I'm here to connect with as many as possible.
And you're here as well to network because you see other fellow women, you see them achieve, you see them go, achieve bigger dreams. So what stops you as a woman? So you come, you get inspiration from WinBiz and then go to the world and face the world head on.
So I did send in my page, and because a part of our profit also goes to the Standing Tall Charity Foundation, where we help out of school children get back into school, and also we help women living in less privileged areas to, sustain their businesses and feed their household. I sent in my page, and fortunately, I was chosen. And yes, I'm really grateful for this because it's going to help reduce my cost of production. It's going to help me have more funds, extra funds to help the children that we support and the women that we support. It's going to help us support our all-female team in our business, and it's also going to reduce our final sales costs to our customers.
So being part of this conference, it's challenging me already because I am so inspired to see women that has made great success, in their various industries. So and I am dreaming and I'm hearing and I'm going to do to be part of those women when next we come again.
I'm actually here to connect with other great minds, great women in business, to unlearn, learn and relearn. Today I've learned and I've heard again that impossibility is absolutely nothing. So if I can dare and dream it, then I can do it. So today I'm taking home that all those dreams that I've left them sleeping, I'm going to go and reawaken them I'm there to do them and begin to do them because I can and I will.
Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television. The rate is quite low this month.
The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their careers started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there is a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven in the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Dume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television. Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years. working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards.
Hello and welcome to your show. It is SOUQ Pulse, and it's that time of the day when you just hear this direct byline and you know where you are. Don't stop talking. You know it's SOUQ Pulse, where we tell you call your friends. So even if there are no friends around, call your neighbors. Let's talk. You're free to argue. But remember, once we start talking, we don't get to stop because we want to create a change. We want to be heard. So we talk. So it doesn't matter what's happening in the business that you are in right now. Sometimes people say, hey, you're not talking about the workplace. It's still the same thing. Talk. Those conglomerates, it's still the same thing. Whether they are from your country or not from your country, whether you are outsourcing or direct sourcing or pre-sourcing, let's talk. Who is making the gains, who is losing, let's talk. In the last 7 days, the stocks have decided to tumble and they are climbing back gradually. We still talk. People focus a whole lot on what's happening in Asia as it concerns the stock market. It's gradually bouncing back, but we talk. So for those still looking at IMF loans, World Bank loans, we talk. What policies are they coming with? The ones that were taken, have they been paid for? Who took them? Are they responsible for what they took? We talk. Are you importing, exporting? What are the duties like? Is it crumbling your economy or is it making the other economy to grow? We talk. It's SOUQ Pulse, where we talk, and we expect you to do the same thing.